Hi everybody, welcome back to another Space-tastic stream. My name is Antonio Strasser, Captain of Prisma. Today is March 13th, 2025. Sorry, I am so incredible. A lot of things happened. Very busy day. Super busy day. Um, I had meetings all over the place and didn't get a lot of sleep last night. So try to catch up and then I slept in longer. So apologies for that. I also got a little bit started on working on my model update, which has been very all over the place. Um, but I'm excited for it. Been taking a lot of layers apart and play with them more in like 2D. So we'll see how that goes. Definitely gonna be a more like rigging intensive model in terms of like I, I I don't really need to draw much, you know. What's up, Catalano? Hope everybody's doing well. Um, yeah, we're gonna play some Ace Attorney, a little late night. I'm excited about this case actually. Space themed murder. How about that? Um, or I guess space station, but still space, holding space for this space theme. All right, and we're just kind of gonna finally got him, Elon Musk. All right, let's see. I switched over to doing the now. I feel like it's so different. It feels so weird. Um, so we're gonna try. We did start last week on this case. We didn't get super deep into it, but I figured we'll do a little recap real quick. But yeah, I've been hard at work at this model. We're gonna see how it goes. I'm doing a lot of, I'm testing a lot of things out. This this stream, this update. A lot of different things. I'm hoping that I'm gonna have a little bit more movement, I suppose you could say. Um, see, we'll see how it goes. I'm nervous because it's like I haven't done something like this before. Um, I'm I'm like nervous about the yes, challenges of doing. I'm taking some artistic liberty. I guess I don't think the model is gonna look too different per se. In terms of like design, it's more gonna be like physics and like expression and stuff. A lot more movement, a lot more like bounciness, hopefully, and in multiple places. um, so we'll see. Uh, always always fun to work on models, but also I feel like I hyperfixate on it a little. I'm trying to be somewhat like I'm trying to pace myself a little, but usually when I jump into these, I like jump all the way in. Um, but we'll see how it goes. Anyway, back to this goof motherfucker. All right. So, um, murder of an astronaut. What's up, Malarix? Uh, Victim is Lay Turan. God, he's so gone too soon. What a hottie, dude. What what a I'm so bummed, dude. Um, he's giving like 90s uh like mech Starbucks. I know. The defendant is Solomon Starbuck, 10 years his senior, um, and also our client. Um, so in order to understand this case a little bit, you have to understand that this coincides with the first case of this game, which was a bombing, which took the life of okay, of Candace Arm. Um, so she was murdered by another guy, I guess unrelated to this case, but I'm sure she definitely that's abominable. Um, she actually happened to be at the scene of this case's murder because she is a detective who specializes in bomb cases. So she was there. That was like 2 or 3 days ago, current time, and then she was murdered, and then she was, I guess, yeah, that she was murdered. That's about it. But she was also doing Candace dick fit in your mouth. Um, but yeah, so she died. She died. Um, so um, the rocket bombing incident occurred just before the murder. So there were two explosions that happened. Let me bring up this. Just want to get everybody on track with this. So the second floor. Oh, you know what I said I was gonna do? I wanted to make like a little pointer so I could like point to stuff on OBS, but I didn't get time to do that. So you'll just have to visualize. Okay, so in the main building, 2F, there was a bombing, and then on the middle floor in launch pad 1, Candace explored Dora the haircut. There is another explosion on the middle level. I don't think we know who did these explosions. We know that the explosion in the other case was a guy that we already prosecuted. But this guy was actually, there was a third bomb in this facility that said guy was investigating. So there's a little bit that's why this case kind of coincides a lot with the other one. I assume that they'll probably reference it a little bit, so that's, I don't think you need to know the whole background of that one, but just so you are aware. The courtroom bombing incident occurred during the trial. That's the first case that I was on. Ace Attorney, the kind of game where you cross-examine the bombs. For real. So here's what this is a image of the autopsy report. Now the reason why Starbuck is suspected, first of all, he worked very closely to the victim. He was a mentor. He also, where is it? This was right after the bombing, this is what we saw. Now, classic Ace Attorney trope. Whenever there's a masked character, it's almost always not the person that is being suspected of murder, right? It's always someone else. Almost always. So that's kind of my mentality. It's like I don't think this is him, but there's also speculation that basically that's the bomb in that suit. So Clay, the victim, was originally suspected to be the one that passed out and then was murdered, but now it's more seeming to be suspected that it's the other way around, that Clay was the conscious one and then got murdered, but then that wouldn't really make sense either. Also, this doorway that they're going through, only authorized personnel can go through it. So that's another reason why he's being suspected. The cause of death was stabbing. The victim was discovered in the third floor boarding lounge in the main building. A cross-section view of the main building of the Space Center and Launchpad 1. We already looked at that, but here's that for reference. The utility knife. The victim's blood was found on its blade, but no fingerprints were lifted. That would make somewhat sense, considering they're wearing uniforms. Couldn't somebody else have used some means to gain access to, though, like stealing an ID or something? I feel like they explained that. Yeah. A biometric door lock operated by fingerprint recognition. Only the defendant, the victim, and the Space Center director had access. So that's interesting. We don't know who the Space Center director is yet. So yeah, I don't know. It's possible that, like, when he was knocked out, a third person used it. I don't know. Bombs went off. Okay, the bombs went off despite tight security. Police officers and riot police who had been standing by gave the evacuation instructions. Police officers and riot police gave evacuation instructions immediately. There was a power outage and the affected areas remained dark. The security system switched over to emergency power and continued to work. Evacuees moved to the basement shelter. So that was kind of my confusion, was like, was there a blip where there was no power? But it sounds like there never was. There, like, it just immediately switched over to backup. And then finally we have this oxygen tank data. The victim's tank was ruptured with 0% left. The defendants had 80%. Remaining oxygen is displayed on the left shoulder. Display on the astronaut's left shoulder shows the oxygen remaining. After the incident, the victim's tank was ruptured. Remaining oxygen was 0%. Tank belonging to Starbuck, who claims to have carried the victim, said it was 80% full. Tanks were functioning properly at that time. Also, curiously, knowing that, you can see 50 on the conscious person's air tank. So that probably will come up. Anyway, let's talk about our players, and we'll jump into it. Athena, he's our new assistant lawyer. Apollo, our other lawyer, and of course, I'm Phoenix Wright. Trucy is my daughter. Clay is the victim. He was a Hat 2 crew member and a close friend of Apollo's. So Apollo, this is very very special, it's very important to Apollo. Juniper Woods, Athena's childhood friend. I defended her when she was on trial for the courtroom bombing incident. So she was the one who was accused. She was the one who was accused of the bombing incident in the courtroom, the first case. So I'm gonna tell you right now, if they pull some shit and are like Juniper was the person who did it, I'm gonna be like, fuck. Solomon Starbuck, he's our client, also also the defendant. He had two crew member and a mentor to the victim. Simon Blackwell, Big Zaddy himself, the prosecutor of this game, and a prison inmate. He can manipulate witnesses through the power of suggestion. Bobby Fulbright, the less interesting Dick Gumshoe, the detective assigned to this case. He led the evacuation effort at the Space Center after the bombing incident. And then Candace Arm, detective who specialized in bomb cases, was on detail at the Space Center, one of the first to find the body. Why is something kind of hot though? Kinda. It's fine as fuck, dude. Alright, let's talk to this motherfucker. Rocket Boy. So you have no memory at all of the incident. I'm so ashamed. My memory of the time is as black and clouded as a dark nebula. Still, it's strange you don't remember a thing. Are you sure you didn't take one of those anti-anxiety pills like they said at the trial? You got it all wrong. I told him during the investigation, too. I don't know anything about any drugs. I never took any medication, I swear. It is true I developed a fear of space because of what happened 7 years ago. Really like Athena's sign. Yeah, she's cute. I was taking medication secretly every now and then when my anxiety got bad. You sure? Having a fear of space is not something an astronaut can brag about, you know. Yeah, what compelled you to become an astronaut if you're scared? Well, I guess there was an incident. He said there was an incident, so I guess he wasn't always afraid of space, huh? Oh, the so-called Hat 1 miracle? That must have been a terrifying experience. Why is he an acorn? I think he's supposed to look like a rocket, which is even more stupid. I'm still an astronaut at heart, come what may. I could pray with that head of his, bro. Yeah, he's got that fucking Crayola. I would never take drugs that might impede my performance just before a launch. Or colored pencil. That launch meant everything to me. That's more certain than the theory of relativity. Seems like a completely different person now. This is the face of the astronaut I know. But the tranquilizers were found in your system. Yeah, see, that's the thing. But I don't know why. I'm done for. Well, I mean, it's possible you were... If he was unconscious, it's possible that he could have, could have been drugged. Maybe. I don't know. You didn't take them, then maybe somebody slipped them to you? Exactly. That's what I thought. Must have been the real culprit. My medication was in my locker. Anyone could have gotten their hands on it. You don't have a lock? Maybe the real culprit also planted the detonator switch in your pocket? Yeah, that's gotta be it. I've been framed. I'll say. I even managed to plant your prints on the switch before slipping it in. It's a real possibility. Do you remember anything else that might be relevant? Anything at all, no matter how small. Like about the murder weapon, for example? Knife. I think it came from one of the Space Center's utility kits. Utility kits? Yeah. Staff who work on machinery are a lot are given these special toolkits to use. All the technicians have them, so I doubt you could prove whose knife it is. See? Victim's blood on it. set of utility tools used by Space Center techs. So it could be anybody's. If this is like a, if everybody given one as like as part of their tool kit. Do they not have serial numbers or something on them? I don't know. It doesn't seem like it. I'm kind of sad because this one doesn't have this specific game. You can't like rotate stuff and like look like do like closer analysis, which stinks. I really like that in the last game, which would have been a great thing. Would have been a great thing to put on it. That one miracle. As I recall, your last trip into space was 7 years ago, right? That's right. It was a pretty rough experience. During that mission, we had all kinds of problems with the craft. Did? What kind of problems? Well, you know, it's not the best kind of mac and cheese, but no, not that kind of craft. Power failure, oxygen leakage, busted radio, cracked windows, loose control column. The heat shield came off as we were entering the atmosphere. Thought I was a goner. But I managed to make it somehow with the popsicles and ice packs from the freezer. No wonder they dubbed it the Hat One Miracle. It's a miracle you made it back. Space is a boundless place. That's why it continues to capture people's imaginations. The vastness of... Oh, it's getting dark. The vastness of space shows us how insignificant we are in the scheme of things. The darkness just goes on and on forever. Ever. Ever. Without end. We turned off the lights. There's nobody else there. Nobody was gonna come save me. I was all alone. All alone. Nothing to listen to but the sound of my own breathing and heartbeat. I'm scrambling to make repairs. I couldn't keep my hands from shaking. Experience like that would make anybody afraid to go up into space. So what's outer space? The experience you had, weren't you dreading this mission? What? No way. Of course not. Even now, I want to go up into space so bad I can barely stand it. I want to shake off the Earth's gravity at escape velocity and spin around weightless. But you have to admit it was pretty harrowing. Weren't you even a tiny bit afraid? I was afraid. Of course I was. Still am. Space is man's final frontier, an unknown world. Cosmic truth is out there waiting for us somewhere. Cosmic truth, huh? I guess there are people looking for the truth in every walk of life. No matter how afraid I am, I'm sure I can manage. If I give in to my fear, I'll never find the truth. As long as I don't give up, I can keep up the fight. One thing's for sure, Mr. Starbuck's passion for space is undeniably the real deal. Victim, Clay Turan. He was kind of like your protege, wasn't he? Well, it wasn't a big exaggerated deal like master and apprentice or anything like that. But Clay did think of me as his mentor. Mentor and the protege. What combination they must have been. With his encouragement for the hydrate rate, I knew I could get over my fear and go back into space. But now... They must have been very encouraging, huh? Yeah. It's funny, really. Whenever I'd hear him shout, "You're fine!" I always got the feeling everything really was gonna be just fine. You're fine? Apollo says I'm fine and you're fine all the time, too. And I always feel encouraged, too, whenever I hear him shout it. Yeah, Clay and Apollo were best buds. He used to come visit the Space Center a lot, ever since they were high school kids. What did you do today that made you tired? It was more just like I didn't get enough sleep the night before because I had so much to do. And I had a lot of meetings today, a lot of work stuff. I'm starting a new project in at work, so it's a lot. Things are ramping up, which is like good, you know, but also I'm like acclimating to it. One day, out of the blue, Clay even told me he wanted to be my protege. Those two hung around the Space Center so much they were like a part of the staff. Money, money, money. Exactly. One time during zero-G training, I started to panic a little bit. Two of them took turns shouting, "You're fine," over the radio. Simple thing, but it was exactly what I needed to hear. So I'm fine and you're fine were like Apollo and Clay's secret phrases, huh? I could ask Apollo more about Clay and their relationship now. Speaking of Clay, how do you suppose he climbed down the ladder with you over his shoulder? Sorry, but I can't even begin to imagine. But he actually did climb down that ladder, so a way has to exist. Oh. The freedom of space, the walls of a cell. But that prosecutor said the dark night sky isn't half bad through barred windows. You're fine. Solomon Soul Starbuck is fine. Everything is gonna be alright. Huh? And Athena Sykes is fine. Come on, Mr. Wright, you too. Do I really have to? Phoenix Wright is fine. I can't hear you. Phoenix Wright is fine. We'll get you back into space yet, Mr. Starbuck. Believe in your own innocence and have faith in us. Apollo believed in you wholeheartedly, and that's good enough for me. I believe in you too. Thank you. Thank you, both of you. I'll put my faith in you. And I vow to make it back into space. All I need first is a not guilty verdict. It feels nice to reassure ourselves every now and then that we're all fine. Okay, Mr. Wright. Let's get our investigation of the Space Center started. Pronto. Good idea. Let's go. To the Space Center. Wow, I was wondering what kind of place this Space Center would be. Almost looks like an amusement park of the future. Yeah, did you know they even let the public see their rockets up close? Oh, so check it out. Look at how brightly the Gyaxa logo shines in the sunlight above the entranceway. I really dig the stars and rocket motif it's got going. Gyaxa, huh? Isn't that the new name of the Federal Space R&D program? Yeah, but why the strange acronym? Yeah. Yeah. I mean, what is GYA supposed to stand for? Galaxy? Maybe they misspelled gay. If that were it, then the whole thing would be something like Galaxy Exploration Agency. Which, if you ask me, I'd have abbreviated to GAXA or even Gaia. I guess so. Oh, I know. Maybe the person who came up with the name just really likes the letter Y. This exchange is beginning to feel oddly like deja vu. Anyway, this place is more than just a research facility, it's also a tourist attraction. Yeah, I hardly know her. Tourist attraction? Don't make me laugh. It's a monument to the human race. Galactic shooter, full speed ahead. Who is this? Oh. Yikes, who's this geezer and what's he want? Look upon me and look well. Behold the great power of space science. Pardon me, but you are? My glorious name is Yuri Cosmos. I'm the director of the Cosmos Space Center, the center of the cosmos. Boss, that was pretty groan-inducing. This person is the Space Center director, then that means... Aha! So you were one of the first to discover Clay's body, weren't you? And who was the first to find the victim? Actually, there were two of them. The Space Center director, Yuri Cosmos, and Detective Candace Arm. That is correct. I was honored to be the very first man in all of space and time to discover the body. But this talk of the incident, are you by any chance the space police? I've asked that question multiple times. You can't attack the word space on just any old thing, you know. We're Mr. Starbuck's lawyers. We're here to investigate the case. He's got the little Mario stars on his upper buttons. Oh, and we're Earth lawyers, by the way. Ah, I see. Yes, I've heard about you. In that case, by my esteemed privilege, I grant you permission to investigate. I trust you are appropriately grateful. Now go ahead, have at it. I can already tell he's going to be nothing but trouble. Don't let him hear you say that, or you'll see what trouble really is. Let's just be professional and ask him about when he found the body, okay? So, as director, what do you do here at the Space Center specifically? Defend peace across the galaxy and promote space development in this country. No matter what obstacles stand in our way, we keep going for the sake of mankind. I believe I used the word specifically in my question. Attention all personnel, to your break stations. Prepare for break. Oh, I get it. You just wander around and tell people what to do in a self-important manner. That is exactly right. Because I am an important man, my manner is important. Mr. Wright, this man doesn't get sarcasm. Well, there's bound to be some people like that here in the boundlessness of space. What's that? You want to know what it is that makes me important specifically? Very well, I will tell you. I was the central figure of the Hat 1 project. You may proceed to be appropriately impressed. Now go ahead, have at it. I might be more impressed if I knew what he did for it specifically. Could you tell us what you know about the incidents from the other day? I refuse. What? Explaining is a job for common folk, not the director of the center of the cosmos. My testimony, which will go down in space history, will be heard in the courtroom. What? So does that mean you'll be taking the stand tomorrow? That is correct. I will be the most glorious witness in the history of mankind. I'm not sure if he really understands what being a witness is all about. Looks like Director Cosmos is the type that only talks about what he wants to talk about. Let's at least try to ask him about the things he might be willing to open up about. The Hat 1 was a rocket that was launched into space 7 years ago, correct? And despite numerous problems, it somehow made its way back home? I suppose it is part of my job to educate ignorant young folk like you. Very well. I will impart to you the complete story of the Hat 1 project. Oh, thank you very much. Hat 1's noble mission was to collect samples from an asteroid, and Mr. Starbuck was the pilot for that flight. Might as well be a flight. Eventually, the Hat 1 reached its planned orbit, from where it launched the Hope probe towards the asteroid belt. From there, the Hope probe began its long, lonely journey into the far reaches of space. Then, after a terrifying struggle, the Hat 1 returned safely to Earth. That struggle was when the incident known as the Hat 1 miracle occurred. That struggle was when the incident known as the Hat 1 miracle occurred, right? Correct. And it truly was a miracle. Of course, they just had to turn the ordeal into a movie. As for the Hope probe, it did eventually arrive safely at its destination. It obtained a few samples from the asteroid and returned to Earth but a few days ago. So what kind of samples are they? What's in them? The samples are scheduled for analysis in the near future. We haven't had time since they came back the day before Turan's murder. Regrettably, we've had no time to inspect the samples due to everything that has occurred. But this puts our space development program ahead of other countries by several years. That's quite impressive. I guess this guy isn't just a loudmouth braggart after all. In the golden age of space development, our predecessors were successful in bringing a moon rock back. That is the greatest achievement in the history of this space center. The public fell in love with space and all of its glorious potential. The moon rock, huh? I remember that being big. Our endeavors with the moon rock live on in our work with those asteroid samples. I want to bestow new hopes and dreams for the future upon mankind once again. That is my mission, as the man who stands at the center of the cosmos. I hear there's a lot of research into moon rocks and stardust from asteroids these days. They say the results could potentially have a huge impact on all of civilization. It's like we're in a new space race with every other country out there. What? Bite your tongue. It's not for anything so base as money or politics. It's all for the brilliant future that awaits mankind, and all for my illustrious mission. With the recent budget cuts, my staff tells me finances are tight, but I won't hear it. I guess even a space program has to watch its budget. By the way, you seem awfully knowledgeable about this kind of thing, Athena. Huh? Oh, well, you know, I thought I'd better brush up for the case. Is that so? Well, I will be on my way. As you can see, I am a very busy and very important man. Galactic Scooter, fire up the main engine. Max battle speed, and engage. That thing is surprisingly fast. I guess we better get going too. You bet. Let's make it so. Dina Sykes is fine. Huh? What was that all about? I thought I'd better get fired up twice as much to make up for Apollo being gone. For starters, I thought I'd imitate him. So you were doing a voice workout, huh? Yep. You have to push your voice up from the pit of your stomach. Hold it. There's a contradiction in the witness's statement. You're really serious about this. Objection. You are lying. The true culprit is the judge. What? Then who's gonna hand down the verdict? Oh, I didn't think of that. So what do you think we should do next? Oh, that's right. What is it, Athena? I just remembered I forgot to go running today. I was so taken up with what happened to Apollo, it slipped my mind. That wasn't what I was asking. Boarding lounge. Whoa. Creature. December 19th, Cosmos Space Center, boarding lounge. So this is where Mr. Turan was murdered. Yeah, this is the lounge. Let's see that diagram the police made again. Right now we're in the main building, here on the right side on the 3rd floor. Clay and Mr. Starbuck fled here from the launch pad 1 after the explosion. You there! No admittance without an express permission. We're Mr. Starbuck's lawyers. We've come to investigate. Sorry, nobody gets in without permission. Not even the police superintendent. Can't have Detective Fulbright getting mad at me. So, Detective Fulbright is here, huh? Yeah, he's in the Launchpad 1 corridor. Go get clearance from him, and then we'll talk. Leave it to me. I'm great at getting intel out of Detective Fulbright. Let's see, what trick should I use on him today? I don't know if I should be grateful or afraid. So, to get to the Launchpad 1 corridor, we just have to go through the door with the blue rocket on it, I think. Wait, that door. It looks awfully familiar. Good eye there, boss. This is the door Clay and Mr. Starbuck used during their escape from the launch pad. Huh, that explains it. The fingerprint system has been deactivated, so I think we can just pass through. Now, come on, let's go. Even in space, safety first. December 19th, Cosmos Space Center, Launchpad 1 corridor. So this is it, huh? This is the corridor the two of them used in their escape. Yep, this is the only thing connecting Launchpad 1 with the main building. I see police tape down at the other end. Guess we won't be looking for the launchpad. At the launchpad. After the explosion, this whole corridor must have been filled with smoke. And the launchpad itself was probably a sea of flames. Must have been pretty scary for them. Now, where could Detective Fulbright be? Hey, I think that's him over there. What should I do? Which path is the path of justice? Seems to be lost. That's funny. This corridor is a straight shot. It's you lawyer people. Welcome to the Space Center. Enjoying a relaxing day off, are you? Here for a little rocket sightseeing? We're here to investigate the scene, same as you. Do you have any info to share? Boss, if he acts at all reluctant to give us information, we hit him with the whatever shall we do act. I'm sure he'll fall for it. John Cena? Got it? Are we trying to catch the unruly family dog here or something? Info on the case, huh? Alright, I'll gladly share some with you. Huh? What just happened? Detectives and lawyers seeking truth and justice side by side. I like it. Just take whatever you want from me, you info bandits. I'm in a generous mood today. I don't know. There's something weird about Detective Fulbright today. Well, we need information, so let's run with it. You say so. Detective Fulbright, could you give us permission to investigate the crime scene? There's an officer on guard and we can't get in. Oh, whatever shall we do? That's an easy one. I'll let them know over there to let you in. Investigate to your heart's content. Take a week if you need it. A month even. Shall I have some snacks delivered? One of my men gives a mean neck rub. No. That's okay. Thanks. Definitely not the Fulbright I know. Detective Fulbright is acting sickeningly sweet. It's kind of gross, actually. Do you think he hit his head or something? Who knows? Whatever the case, it's making our lives way easier. Did that even... I didn't even hear that. Oh, the bonk is quiet. That's right. That always confuses me. I wonder, maybe I should get a louder bonk. You were here at the Space Center at the time of the incidents, weren't you, Detective? That's right. I was here on a security assignment. Just play, alright. You gotta tell me twice. The police are required to secure rocket launches now? Launches now? I didn't know that. Yes. Well, you know us, to serve and protect. Explosions occurred while I was here on duty, so I started leading the evacuation. Leaving out a lot of details, but okay. Could you tell us more about what happened? Of course, a bomb went off on the second floor of the main building. Right after that, the one over in Launchpad 1 also blew sky high. So I immediately instructed the visitors and the employees to evacuate to the shelter. The shelter? That's right. There's an evacuation shelter in the basement of the Space Center. It's there for accidents and emergencies and the like. So where were you when the first bomb went off? I was on duty on the fourth floor. It was quite the madhouse, I tell you. The elevator wasn't working on account of the explosion, and the stairs on the second floor were destroyed, so we couldn't go that way. Then wasn't it impossible to get down to the basement shelter? No, we lowered an emergency ladder from a fourth floor window and escaped that way. It was a folding ladder, so it wasn't very stable, but at least it reached the ground. After I secured the ladder, I left to take another look around for any other survivors. Once everyone else got out safely, I made my way down too and headed to the shelter. Wow, what an ordeal. But climbing down an emergency ladder kind of sounds fun. Thank you for your answers, Detective. They were very helpful. Just a moment. I have some more information to share with you. But don't tell Prosecutor Blackwell, okay? Wow, and Prosecutor Blackwell usually has you on a short leash, too. Well, never mind that. I thought you should know that there was a witness. Could you tell us more about this witness? Sure thing. The witness was a Space Center employee who was on the fourth floor. While she was climbing down, she looked through a window into the third floor lounge. So she was looking into the crime scene from the outside? That's right. It was just a matter of chance that she saw something important. Not that I know what she saw exactly yet, though. You don't? But that's the most important thing of all. Spilled the tea. Ha ha ha. Don't you worry, I'll get around to interviewing her soon enough. She should still be somewhere here in the Space Center. You might even run into her. A fourth floor employee, huh? Alright, thanks for the info, Detective Fulbright. Gee, you sure are being cooperative, Detective. A little too cooperative, even. Yes, well, actually, something you can't talk about? Yes, something like that. Anyway, never mind. Don't worry about me. Well, I'll be on my way now. What is that all about? Something is definitely going on. I'm going to get it out of him the next time I see him. Okay. I'm not so sure he'll talk about it, though. Yeah, it's definitely suspicious. Well, we have permission to investigate now. Let's head back to the boarding lounge. Back to the boarding lounge. Ah, you too. Detective Fulbright has granted you permission to investigate. He also said I should bring you some snacks or give you a neck rub too, if you'd like. Oh, that's alright. But thank you for the offer. I mean, I'll take the snacks. Well, time to roll up our sleeves and start investigating. Let's see. Where's that diagram again? This lounge is on the third floor of the main building. According to Apollo, this is where he believes a third party killed his friend. Well, let's stop the recap and start looking for traces of this third person then. You read my mind, Athena. We'll make that our first priority. Just one problem, though. This room. It's just so big. Don't worry. We can use this to help us. Space Center pamphlet for tourists? Yep, picked up at the entrance. The maps inside should come in handy. Let's see. Yep, here it is. A map of the lounge. It looks like John Cena and Jeffrey Dahmer and had the mind of Jeffrey Dahmer. This is the door we went through to talk to Detective Fulbright. Oh yeah, That's the door with the fingerprint recognition lock. Well, I guess this map will make things a little easier. Space Center pamphlet. Pamphlet for visitors of the Space Center. It includes a diagram of the boarding lounge. Launchpad 1 corridor. Boarding lounge 1. Control room. 3rd floor elevators. Yeah, no more excuses. Let's track down the third person. Wait, there's just one more thing. Like, it's that strange creature moving around outside the window. Oh, boss, it's just a holographic image. Oh, yeah, I knew that. Whew, that's a relief. Should be a button somewhere in this room to turn the image on and off. That's what it says in the pamphlet, anyway. The only reason you're so eager to start is so you can push that button, isn't it? And what's wrong with that? Let's just look for the button while we're looking for clues. Alright, fine. Let's get investigating. What's up, Jordan? Oh my god, it's a giant seahorse! Alright, let's break it apart, I guess. No matter how I look at it, all I can think of is torture device. But I guess it's a training device for getting used to zero gravity. Uh-oh, Athena has an odd glint in her eye. You thinking about trying that thing out? Should try to stop her, but I'm afraid she'll just outmuscle me. Hey, Mr. Wright, look at that up there. What kind of fragment? It's stuck in tight. Oh, so that's what the glint was all about. That color looks familiar. I think it's part of an oxygen tank. I think you're right, but if that's here, it means Clay's tank ruptured after they arrived at the boarding lounge. Prosecutor Blackwell's theory that Mr. Starbuck dropped Clay down the ladder must be wrong. This proves that both of the astronauts were alive when they reached the boarding lounge. So Apollo was right. The scene of the murder wasn't the launch pad. Way to go, Apollo. First glance, it looks like a peaceful landscape, but then there's that creature. Didn't the Hope probe go to some planet? Maybe this is what its surface looks like. I don't know. I think it would have made the news if they discovered a creature like that. It did make quite a bit of news, though, when the probe came back. Yeah, but the Hope probe didn't even go to a planet. It went to an asteroid. It's a big rock kind of thing. Even aliens can't live there. A window. And it's right next to the holographic image, too. It's here to help people see the stark contrast between reality and virtual reality. Way off. It says emergency ventilation, to clear smoke from a fire. See? It's pointing out the virtual insanity of reality. It looks like there are 3 doors that lead in and out of this room. Well, let's check. Drum roll, please. Ta-da! The Space Center pamphlet. We're here at this place that says Boarding Lounge 1. Here are the 3 doors. Let's call them lefty, righty, and downy. People usually say west, east, and south in a case like this. Details, details. Anyway, take a look at the west door. The door with the rocket icon leads to Launchpad 1. I know because it says here on the map Launchpad 1 corridor. So that's where we were with the detective, filled with smoke after the explosion. Right. Next up, the right-hand side of the map, or east in your world. That's the door with the satellite dish icon on to signify communication, aka the control room. Yep, it definitely says control room. Looks like it has another door on the opposite side. They communicate
and exchange information with rockets and probes in space from there. So it's the center of the Space Center. The Space Center, if you will. Does everybody start to talk like Director Cosmos after they've been here for a while? But it seems that they built a new command center on the 6th floor. That's what they used for the Hat 2 mission, so this control room was empty at the time. I always wanted to see the inside of a mission control room, since we're here. I'd love to do that too, but it doesn't look like we'll be able to. I want to keep curious kids like you out. The door is protected with fingerprint recognition. Only the director can go through. With that much security, I'm definitely not the one they're looking to keep out, Athena. So apparently the lock is also hooked up to a backup generator in case of emergencies. Control room door lock added to the courtroom record. Court record. The door lock to the east. It can only be operated by the director. Backup power lets it function even when the power goes out. Okay. What about the last door? This lower door? Oh, excuse me. I mean south door. It leads to the elevators. This is the door we came through when we entered this room, right? Yep. And of course, there was no fingerprint recognition device, so it's open to anyone. But the elevators weren't working at the time due to the explosion. Well, that's about it for the 3 musketeers of the boarding lounge. Thanks. Understanding the layout of the lounge should help us understand the case. That's why I thought we'd have a good look. That's why we better have a good grasp of where all the doors go. That's some pretty futuristic looking furniture over there. According to the pamphlet, those are no ordinary chairs. They're like amusement park teacup rides. You can power them yourself, it says. You spin the table, your chair spins too. Why would anybody want to have something like that here? It's for astronauts who have trouble with the device on the ceiling. No vertical spins. It says it's a training device that's easy on the eyes and on the body. Person really call themselves an astronaut if they can't handle 0G? Oh, that's the hookah. That's the hookah table. So this is where they discovered Clay. Yeah, he was already dead when they found him. Let's take a look at the photo. It was secretly out. It was stretched out like this, and huh? It's that thing that looks like a thermos. That's the thing that Prosecutor Blackwell mentioned when I was in court with Apollo. He said that it contains asteroid samples. Oh, right. Director Cosmos mentioned something about that too, didn't he? That they were brought back only 5 days ago by the probe and the Hat 1 launched? I wonder what they look like. Do you think they'll let us see? Well, let's think about that after we've solved the case, okay? A bright purple sky, plenty of greenery, and a tranquil lake. Idyllic scene stretches on as far as the eye can see. Beautiful, but it lacks something to make it truly captivating. Must be the security camera that recorded the astronauts making their escape. Oh, let's commemorate this occasion with the love and peace. If you're done now, shall we move on? Yeah, okay. But just one more for the road. Peace. Very mature. Let's see. This door is that pamphlet. Here we are. It's the door to the corridor that leads to Launchpad 1. We went through it earlier when we went to talk to Detective Fulbright. So I guess the security lock must be disengaged now, right? They say the corridor was filled with smoke at the time of the bombing. This thing beside the door must be the fingerprint recognition device. Which reminds me, I think Prosecutor Blackwell talked about it at the trial. The notion of third party in Launchpad 1 is utterly absurd. Just to enter the area from the lounge, one must pass through a door guarded by a fingerprint recognition device. And allow me to state up front that there are precious few with the clearance to do so. Then, does this mean that the bomber's prints were verified by the system? But the number of authorized personnel was supposed to be really small. Wow! Fingerprint powder. I brought it just in case something like this came up. I found it at the office. It's just been itching. I've just been itching for a chance to use it. Wow, way to think ahead. Now let's test the fingerprint recognition device and see what we can find. You got it. Sprinkle some here and a little over here, and poof. Let's see what we have here. Oh, we got something. Oh, it's only a single set of prints. Isn't that a good thing? Sure, we wish we could figure out whose prints these are. Although I doubt we'll be so lucky as to get the culprit's prints on the first try. Well, I'm willing to bet that Detective Fulbright has some fingerprint data. Right. And there's the security footage of the door, too. Yes, here it is. It came up in court the other day. I wish we could see the part of the footage just after this bit. Oh, because that would be right before the murder, wouldn't it? Let's ask the detective. With the mood he's in, he'll probably show it to us right away. Yeah, he's in almost too good of a mood today. Let's go see if we can find him once again, and again once we're done with this room. This is the fingerprint recognition device. I guess you put your hand on this hand mark? Why, I guess when you can try. I'll line my hand up with the outline. Don't, Athena. This thing is related to the case. Your print's all over that, and the next thing you know, you'll be named a suspect. How can you be so cruel to a little girl like me? I'm not buying those tears, Missy. Wonder what this big knob is for. Looks like the knob on a stove. Well, it's the same shape, but I think that's where the similarity's at. I mean, it's kind of glass pane. What kind of stove would require knob security like this? Well, the knob is straight up and down, so if it was for a stove, the burner would be off. Right. If it was for a stove, still, I wonder what it's really for. Something turned on by a knob that's not a stove? How about a rocket engine? If you had to start the engine here, the rocket would take off before you could get in. I guess all we can say for now is that it's a mystery knob. Here's another amazing piece of equipment. Walk on the surface of the moon, it says. Oh boy, I want to try it. Gravity is weak on the moon, so I bet I could do mid-air somersaults. We're still on Earth, remember? Besides, it's connected to the ceiling. Well, at least I could jump really high. Sign on the wall that's very clearly says don't jump too high. What good is this thing? Didn't I say in the beginning, walk on the surface of the moon? What's this? A trapdoor? It's a trash chute. The cleaning robots throw the garbage out from here. The robots do the cleaning? What a futuristic world we live in. I just hope they don't revolt like they do in science fiction movies. No way. All the robots here are very nice. Actually, wasn't there one in the Launchpad 1 corridor? You can go say hi to it if you want. Warning, helmet use required. Please use the moon walk operation responsibly. Oh. Hey, I see something shiny down there. Let's take this cover off then. Ooh, what's this? Looks like a metal jelly bean. It's really small, but it's a bullet. Only about 2 to 3 millimeters in diameter. Let's see. How would make the caliber .10? Caliber refers to the diameter of a gun's barrel, right? Yes, but I've never heard of a .10 caliber gun before. Bullet must be for a special kind of gun. I mean, if you tried firing a bullet this small with a regular sized gun, it would just fall right out. Yeah, must have been a really small gun. I wonder how the bullet ended up here. I mean, we're in the bottom left, on the south door side of the room, according to this map. That's pretty far from where Clay's body was. Maybe the police didn't think to look here? Yeah, leave it to Detective Fulbright to accidentally hand us just the card we need. Bullet added to the court record. Discovered in a gutter that runs along the south wall of the boarding lounge. It's fired from a .10 caliber handgun. Why .10? Why not just say .1? Oh, a mirror. How thoughtful of them to put one here. Thoughtful? The ladies can fix their makeup. One's appearance is just as important in space as it is on Earth, you know. You never know when you're going to run into some other life form after all. I doubt anybody who thinks like that would ever become an astronaut in the first place. Some kind of panel with 2 buttons on it here. Just push it. That's the invariable principle of buttons. There are such things as... I love how expressive she is. I know, right? That is the great thing about the 3D, I feel like, is that they're able to, like, do a lot more with, like, expressiveness. There are such things as buttons left unpushed. Hey, the giant holographic image disappeared. Yeah, though that side of the wall seems kind of barren without it now. Still, let's see if we can find anything new with the image off. These are apparently oxygen capsules. They're for recovery after a training session. I wonder if they can change your voice. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Huh? Didn't do a thing. It's not helium, Athena, it's oxygen. Past the bar, by the way. With the holographic image off, the screen is completely black, which for some reason makes me think of losing an argument to Prosecutor Blackwell in court. But at least it's got my brain revved up. I come up with my best ideas at times like these. The holographic image off, the screen is completely black, which for some reason makes me think of losing an argument to Prosecutor Blackwell in court. At least it's got my brain revved up. I come up with okay. Hey, Mr. Wright, take a look at this. It's like a bullet hole. Great. Oh, I thought it was a spider web. Great find, Athena. Pretty big. Whoever fired this shot must have been using a pretty large gun. You think so? Based on my experience, I'd say this was fired from a regular pistol. Well, whatever size it was, somebody fired a gun in here, right? Apparently. This is an important fact. See a bullet around somewhere? No, the police might have taken it, though. What do you mean? We just found one. I guess we were supposed to maybe it's a different bullet. Maybe there's a separate bullet. Well, I guess it was... Whoa. I guess it was in a different place. Or was it? Welcome to the Space Center, guests. Welcome. Yikes! What in the world? My name is Ponko. Ponco. Ponko. Are you sightseeing? Are you lost? Are you looking around? Choose one. I will guide you. It's a robot? I am not a robot. I am Ponko. Psychological observation and navigation companion. Ponco. Ponko. Oh, I'm glad we got that cleared up. Oh, Ponko, I've missed you. Huh? You know this thing, Athena? Oh, she showed us around the last time when I came here with Apollo. Oh, you're such a good girl, Ponko. That's a good girl. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I'm so happy. So very happy. Wow, a guide robot. That's pretty cool. My name is Phoenix Wright. Nice to meet you. I don't know you. I don't know you. Huh? Ouch. Not hurt. Oh, she has to register people she meets for the first time. Please register him, Ponko. Certainly. Commencing guest registration. Please tell me your name. Nickname is fine too. His name is Phoenix. Bit overly familiar, but I'll allow it. Phoenix, please let me get a good look at your face. Oh, sure. Registering. Facial recognition sequence complete. We are now officially friends. Nice to meet you, Phoenix. Huh? Robot is pretty cute. You made a friend, boss. Isn't that great? Phoenix, Athena, allow me to guide you. Right this way. Oh, goody. Let's go, boss. Go where? Whoa. Oh, wow. What is this place? Is that rocket real? Welcome, welcome. Space Museum is open to the public every day of the year from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. Damn. Late hours. Learn about the history of our nation's space development and the Hat 1 project. The rocket is just a replica, but it's the same size as the real one. Space Museum? Oh, here it is on the map. Okay, so it's on the exact opposite side of the main building from Launchpad 1. Space Center pamphlet updated in the court record. Ask me anything, I'll explain. This is quite the place. I can't believe we get to see a rocket this close up. This is a replica of the Hat 1 that was launched 7 years ago. It's exactly like the real Hat 1, inside and out. Its little brother, the Hat 2, was supposed to launch the other day. I wonder if Ponko knows why the launch was cancelled. Over there is an exhibit about the launch 7 years ago. Check it out. Check it out. Spacesuits, photos, newspaper articles. I'd like to come here again on day off. Hey, what's this photo of? Phoenix, that's the staff of the Hat 1 project. Oh, there's Mr. Starbuck. He looks so young. And so different. Ah, and that's... What is it, Athena? Something wrong? Oh, nothing. I just thought Mr. Starbuck looked really young too, that's all. Well, it was 7 years ago after all, so the young guy sitting next to Mr. Starbuck is Clay Turan, the victim. So they were mentor and protege even way back then. He's even got one of the staff jackets. Looks just like a regular staff member. No, Clay was still a student then. He just borrowed one of Solomon's old jackets. Ah, okay. That makes sense. Clay would have still been in high school 7 years ago. Everyone looks so happy. space museum is great, with fantastic exhibits. This area used to be Launchpad 2. That's why the only entrance is on the 3rd floor. Wouldn't it be better if they just made a new ground floor entrance instead? There was talk of it, but they had to scrap their plans because of the budget cuts. Budget cuts! Budget cuts! We need more money! Money! Ooh, record that. Wow. Just like NASA. Who record that kind of information into a guide robot? While it was in space, the Hat 1 launched a probe called Hope. The Hope probe collected some samples from an asteroid and returned 5 years ago. 5 days ago. Not 5 years. That's what Director Cosmos said too. He told us it came back the day before Clay was killed. And here it is. The Hope space probe. I've never seen that logo somewhere before. Let's see. Oh yeah, the capsule that the victim was carrying. I think it had the same logo. It can be seen in the photo attached to the autopsy report. Maybe she'll give me some more info if I show it to her? The way the Space Center launch pad is set up is really cool. Would you like me to tell you about it? Would you? The setup of the launch pad? Go gentle, my spiky-haired mind. I want to know, I want to know. Phoenix wants to know too. Great. Now Athena's got a case of ponchoitis. Hooray! I will tell you then. The rocket is built right inside the launch pad structure. When the rocket is complete, it's moved along with the launch pad over the rails. And brought into position at the launch site. Interesting. Isn't it cool? Isn't it? We used to have a big budget, so that's how we could build it all. Very cool. Grand setup that suits an important place like the Space Center. Guess everyone is hoping for a bigger budget next year. Myself included. I'm guessing the whole thing is operated from the control room, huh? That it is, but it can also be operated from the new command center too. Either way, the safety lock in the boarding lounge has to first be disengaged. I guess before a big move like that can be carried out, there are all kinds of procedures. I'd love to see the launch pad being moved. When's the next one scheduled for? Searching data. All future plans have been put on hold. Because of the bombing and the murder, I'll bet. Which is perfectly understandable. Well, when was the last time it was moved? Searching data. I'm sorry, that answer isn't in my answer database. I guess Ponko can only answer certain questions. Guess we gotta present something. I'm sorry, I'm afraid I don't know anything about that. Oh, okay. No problem. I'm so sorry, I wasn't helpful. I'll try to do better in the future. Please don't hate me. Poor thing. I feel bad for asking. Honko, do you recognize this capsule here in the top right? Checking registered data. Yep. I know. It's the Hope capsule. It was carried inside the Hope probe. Contained the asteroid samples, right? Yes. It was designed to store the samples gathered by the Hope probe. It's been stored in the safe in Launchpad 1 ever since it returned to Earth. It must not be removed. It must not be removed. Don't worry, Ponko. People in charge already know what happened. They do? They do? I must ask them later. So the capsule was being kept in Launchpad 1, huh? Maybe Clay was trying to carry it to safety after the explosion. Space Center staff must be really excited to finally get the capsule back. It's a pity this incident occurred before they got the chance to check out its contents. Well, the police took it as evidence, so they'll have to wait a little longer. Hope capsule added to the court record. Found in the victim's possession. It recently returned for a 7-year mission and contains asteroid samples. Well, we certainly learned a lot about the Space Museum. So weird that they would wait for 7 years, and more notably, right before they were about to uncover the contents of the asteroid container, like, and then send a second expedition before they even analyze it. Well, we certainly learned a lot about the Space Museum. Thank you, Ponko. You explained everything very well. I love to explain. Thank you for listening. Thank you. You two are like old friends. It's hard to believe you just met recently. It's because Ponko is so friendly. Well, what should we investigate next? Let's go find Detective Fulbright. We have things to ask him about. Let's see. Security footage and the fingerprint data, was it? Okay, now let's go back to Launchpad 1 corridor. Bye, Ponko. See you later. Coming in. And don't forget to visit the gift shop. Poor Ponko. What a Dickensian life we are all forced to lead. What should I do? Which path is the path of justice? There's Detective Fulbright. He still seems to be lost, even though it's a straight corridor. All Ponko wanted was a friend. Let's hope he's still in a cooperative mood as well, then. If he doesn't cooperate, then I'll just have to use my powers on him. You mean that lady in distress bit? Found a bullet hole in the wall of the crime scene. You did? Our team found that too. Detective Arm, who fired that bullet. Detective Arm? That's right, a warning shot for the defendant. Was it really such a high-threat situation that she needed to do that? I'm afraid I don't know the details. What with Detective Arm gone? But I thought there were 2 people that discovered the crime scene together. I already know Director Cosmos will testify soon. So tomorrow will be about what he knows. Hey, you're pretty smart. That's exactly what we're planning to serve as the main course. I hope it goes down easy. Detective, we'd like to run a comparison on some prints we found in the boarding lounge. Ah, yes. I just happen to have compiled the print data of everyone related to this case. I can always make another copy for myself, so it's all yours. Consider it a gift. This is quite a bit of data. Well, I said everyone, I meant it. Prosecutor Blackwell said to dig deep, so that's what I did. I even got a fingerprint of Beyonce. It sure did take a while, though. Whoa, he got Apollo's and my prints? He got prints for all the robots. Guess when Blackwell said to dig deep, Fulbright didn't bother to ask how deep. Ah, Clay's fingerprints are here too. I personally removed his glove during the investigation. We had to get his fingerprints to confirm his identity, after all. I still can't believe you took off his glove to get his fingerprints. Yeah, well, you can't blame me for thinking they're important in this case. There are a lot of doors that require fingerprint verification in the lounge. But depending on whose prints we find, it can completely change the tide for both sides. Makes sense. After all, the culprit's prints did get them past the fingerprint lock somehow. Oh, and take this picture. It might come in handy. Isn't this just a photo of the Launchpad 1 door? Yep. but Prosecutor Blackwell seemed really interested in it for some reason. Huh? What's so important about this door? Beats me, but boy, could you see the gears in his head go into hyperdrive about it. Looks like this is going to be a major point of contention tomorrow. Hey, don't forget about that print comparison, boss. Right, Detective Fulbright, do you think you could run the test for us right now? You just leave it to me. In justice we trust. Okay, here we go. Well, it looks like it was Mr. Starbuck who opened that security door. He must have opened it when they went to go board the rocket. His heart must have been full of hopes and dreams for his space adventure right then. Launchpad 1 door lock updated in the court record. We present the bullet? Something for the lost and found, I'll be sure to take care of it. No, no, no. This is an important piece of evidence. Short and simple, just how I like it. Detective, about the security footage that was taken by the boarding lounge 1 camera. Oh, that footage. Go ahead and ask me anything you'd like about it. Is there any way I could see a little more of the part just after this? Easy as pie. I'd be glad to show you. Here we go. Huh? The screen went blank. Yes, apparently the after effects of the explosion damaged the wires. So there's no footage after this point. Ha ha ha. Why didn't you just say so from the beginning? Security camera video updated in the court record. Something definitely seems to be up with you, Detective. You're unusually cooperative. Well, I just figure if we work together, we'll get that much closer to justice, right? But it seems like something's really been bothering you. You don't have some ulterior motive, do you? What? I don't know what you're talking about. I would never do anything like that. Oh, oh ho ho! It's been a while, but those are definitely psych locks. Hmm? Did you just mouth psyched? Is there something I should be psyched about? Oh no, psych lock. It's a system of locks on the secrets in a person's heart. It has been a while since we've done one of these. I can see when people are trying to hide those secrets by using the power of this Magatama. I don't know why you would say that out loud. Presenting evidence can break those locks and reveal any secrets they're hiding. Mr. Wright, how much did they bilk you out for that piece of work? If you've been swindled, I know some lawyers I can introduce you to. I'm more than capable of representing myself, thank you very much. It isn't some kind of fraud, it really works. A friend gave it to me a long time ago. I guess seeing is believing. Allow me to show you. Let's see what presenting the Magatama will reveal, shall we?
Take that!
Why you're being cooperative. I think you're hiding something, Detective, so why don't you just tell us about it? No. What to do? Which path is the path of justice? Detective Fulbright is really in agony. I bet this is the issue he's so torn up over. Justice? I really understand what's been bothering you, Detective. I truly do. Something happened that goes against your principles, isn't that right? No. I don't know what you're talking about. Until the explosions occurred, Everything was just fine. Is that a fact? Yup, peaceful as peaceful can be. Everyone whistling a happy tune as they did their job. You never saw a more relaxed guard detail for a routine rocket launch. I don't think the guard detail was as relaxed as you claim. As long as this exists. The bombs? The bullet? There must be something wrong with my sunglasses today. You are presenting that to me as evidence, are you? You making fun of me? It's just as I said. Until the explosions occurred, everything was just fine. The knife? The bullet hole? The hope capsule. What the heck is the answer? The evacuation report? Before the explosions, what was supposed to happen here was a rocket launch. And yet security was so tight they even brought in a special task force. I really describe that as a relaxed guard detail. Now hold on just one moment. The entire nation had their eyes on this extremely important rocket launch. That's why I called in on a special security detail. As versatile as you are, I can certainly believe that that's true. But I say it's very strange that this person would be part of the detail from the outset. Candace Arm? Detective Arm specialized in bomb cases. The fact that she was here on hand means that you people knew there was the possibility that a bombing would occur. You got me, Mr. Right. Alright, I concede. You win. It's just as you say. A few days before the launch, they were warned about a potential bombing. The plan to launch went ahead in spite of the threat. But why? What were they planning to do if someone got hurt or killed? Yeah, I know. The decision to move forward wasn't exactly just, was it? How was the warning delivered? By phone and directly to Director Cosmos. But the police department instructed everyone to keep it under wraps. It's a big thing to keep quiet about. No wonder you were so upset. But it's not only that, I've been distraught about Prosecutor Blackwell as well. Prosecutor Blackwell? Well, as his handler, I'm sure you have a lot of difficulties. That's not it. It's a question of justice. I've been wondering about why he's allowed to stand in court. The reason he's still prosecuting? Detective Fulbright, please tell us everything you know. Well, talking to you folks about it would definitely be breaking the rules. Never mind that. What are rules but things to be broken, right? Well, to tell you the truth, having a prisoner act as a prosecutor is highly irregular. I think we guessed that much. So why is it being allowed? I've been wondering and wondering about it. So you weren't told why either, huh? No. I guess the order came from pretty high up the ladder. Yeah, it would have. It would had to have. Yeah. Sure. But Prosecutor Blackwell told me once. The hunt I've been on for the phantom of 7 years past continues even still. 7 years past? A phantom, huh? And not one of the friendly variety either, I gather. This phantom of 7 years past. Any idea who or what he was talking about? Not a clue. He seems to think that his phantom is behind this whole incident somehow. Wait a minute. He thinks they may be connected to this case? Yup. This case has way too many similarities to what happened 7 years ago. For starters, that case happened right here at this very space center too. And in both incidents, a threat was issued via telephone. So that's why Prosecutor Blackwell thinks this incident is the work of the Phantom. Well, that's not the entire reason. I mean, if you want to talk about 7 years ago, that's when Prosecutor Blackwell was found guilty of murder. That messy case is what started the whole dark age of the law. So you see how this Phantom and Prosecutor Blackwell's conviction might be related. Yeah, I can see why you'd think that. This incident in the Phantom, not to mention Blackwell's past, it's almost inconceivable that they would come to a head here. This might sound crazy, but Prosecutor Blackwell can't possibly believe Mr. Starbuck is this Phantom person, right? I mean, he was acting kind of strange during the last trial and all. The prosecution appears to be ready as well.
Silence.
Not yet. I'm not quite ready yet. Hmm? No, I doubt he thinks Mr. Starbuck is his Phantom. But I do get the feeling that he thinks the defendant has ties to them. Which is why he's acting so impatient. He's got a personal grudge against Mr. Starbuck. And that's not real justice. I have always trusted in Prosecutor Blackwell's judgment until now. But this time, I'm just so overwrought about it all. If he's lost his ability to think rationally, I'm afraid it might lead to a false conviction. I've never seen Detective Fulbright so tormented. Must be why he's been so cooperative. Don't worry, that's exactly what we defense lawyers are working to prevent. I feel bad for Prosecutor Blackwell, but I'm going to be rooting for your team this time. But don't tell him that. You have to promise me you won't. Detective Fulbright, I guess I was wrong about you. I swore to reform Prosecutor Blackwell and make him a valued member of society again. So I can't just sit by and watch him give in to his emotions and tear the defendant apart. You are the only ones who can stop him in court. You really care and want what's best for Prosecutor Blackwell, don't you, Detective? Leave the courtroom to us. It's not like we want a guilty verdict either. I was hoping you would say that. I'm really grateful for the two of you. Show my thanks. Is he the criminal? I doubt it. To show my thanks, I'll give you another bit of information. It's about the eyewitness. Or do you think he is? I don't think so. I saw her hanging around the Space Center entrance a little while ago. Really? Then let's go find her, Mr. Wright. Thanks, you two. I feel a lot better now that I've been able to get that off my chest. I'm going to work extra hard to find that perfect piece of evidence for you. In justice we trust on 3. 1, 2, 3. In justice we trust. Okay, later. Here he goes. Wait, are we supposed to say in justice we trust back there too? Go and see that witness now. Alright, Space Center entrance it is. The witness must be around here somewhere. Hello, hello. Uh-oh, don't tell me the witness is a robot. Hello, come over here. Hello, hello. Are you sightseeing? Are you lost? Are you... I'm Clonko. Guide you. I don't know why, but this robot is kind of freaking me out. Hey, you're not supposed to be wandering around. Oh, again? I've had it with you, hunk of junk. Yeah. I'm outside. Am I wandering? When did that happen? Bonko and Bonko should be friends. Okay, welcome back, hunk of junk. You don't know how close you came. If you didn't snap out of it, I was going to put you on the curb on trash day. Nothing works better than a 42.5-degree karate chop. That's pretty specific. Excuse me, but are you the one who witnessed the murder? Oh, and I'm Phoenix Wright, the lead attorney for this case. How do you do? Big shot lawyers, huh? I'm Aura Blackwell. Blackwell? I'm a researcher developing robots here at the Cosmos Space Center. Blackwell? Could she be... And this good-for-nothing robot is named Hunk of Junk. My name isn't Hunk of Junk, my name is Clonko. That's me, Miss Aura. Quit complaining. Your model number is Ponko 2. Yeah, but Miss Aura, everyone calls me Clonko. Quit your squawking already. No, what are you doing? No, don't. There. I bet you won't be talking back now. I will obey completely. Yikes, I better watch what wires I cross with this one. Your last name is Blackwell. Do you have a relative in the legal profession? You are correct. Simon Blackwell, who used to be a prosecutor, is... Shut up! Please speak when I order you to speak. Simon is my little brother. Do you know him? Yes, we met him in court a few times, right, Athena? What a dull creature. Has our switch been turned off? Athena being shy? This is new. Oh yeah, I heard he was prosecuting again, despite being a prisoner. Why doesn't he just stick to solving disputes among inmates in prison, right? Hey, what do you think, hunk of junk? Yeah, Miss Aura, that hurts. I'm asking you a question. Why don't you answer me, useless hunk of junk? But Miss Aura, you told me to only speak when you ordered me to speak. I told you to never talk back to me. You're worthless. You're worth more as a scrap. Robot abuse, hawk attacks. Blackwell family life must sure be interesting. Well, you have any other questions? Wait, of course you do. You're a lawyer. It's not like I'm on Simon's side or anything. I just want to get this over with. So, you're the person who witnessed the incident? That's right. I was on the 4th floor of the main building, in the robotics lab. The explosion disabled the elevators, so I lowered my emergency ladder like the detective leading the evacuation told me to. But it was such a pain. Why couldn't they have used the ladders in the other rooms? Must have been a very troubling experience. Probably best to just humor her here. Then, as I passed by the 3rd floor boarding lounge one window on my way down, I saw the crime as it happened. And that's about it. So you saw the crime as it happened, and that's about it. I see. Wait, what? You saw it being committed? This is no time to just nod and repeat. So you saw into the 3rd floor lounge. The very scene of the crime? That's right. There's a small window on the right-hand side of the room. I looked through that from the outside. The room was pitch black, but I saw a shady figure holding a lighter in their left hand, and a knife in their right. That must have been the culprit. Did you see who that person was? Of course not. The power was out on that floor then.
There was only that tiny window.
I see, but you did witness the moment of the murder. Yes, I saw the figure with the lighter raise their knife, and it happened at precisely 10 a.m. Did you witness anything else? Did the killer have any distinguishing features? I already told you it was pitch black in there. Although, I did notice that the lighter the person had in their left hand had a pretty ornament on it. It looked like a planet. It was blue, like a little Earth emblem. It had good taste in knickknacks, anyway. An Earth emblem on the lighter? I better remember that. Or a statement added to the court record. Thank you for your statement. We'll definitely prove Mr. Starbuck's innocence with it. Yeah, right. I won't hold my breath. Pardon me? Oh, did I hurt your feelings? Sorry. I just detest lawyers, that's all. What don't you like about lawyers? It's just an instinctive dislike. But don't feel bad. I hate prosecutors even more. That didn't make me feel any better, actually. Okay, hourglass figure. Why do you hate lawyers so much? Little thing from my past. The whole legal system is meaningless in the first place. I certainly don't agree. I mean, people are imperfect. They lie, they're influenced by silly emotions. You can't expect such imperfect creatures to uphold a reasonable system of law. I like robots much better, even sad sacks like this one. Hey you! Look alive there! Yes, here I go. I'm the ultimate robot with amazing... Alright, that's enough out of you. You're getting a little too carried away. Yeah, huh? What was I doing? Yep, I like robots much better. At least you can make them any way you want them. Unlike humans with their petty emotions and constant worries. How can you say such things? Feeling emotions, worrying about the things we care about? That's what makes us humans. I came back to what? Well, the girl finally talks and she starts with a speech. That's what makes us human. You mean getting angry and snorting like that? Rational thought. That's what separates humans from animals. Unfortunately, your reasoning capabilities are more akin to that of a clever little monkey. But that's nothing to be ashamed of. It must be nice to have such a simple mind. Can I punch her, boss? Get hold of yourself, Athena. Humans certainly are absurd. I said you were clever, didn't I? Poor thing. Tell me, with people like you in charge, how can I possibly trust the legal system, She distrusts not only lawyers and prosecutors, but the whole legal system. What in the world happened to this woman to make her so bitter? Even if somebody important to me was killed, I would never wish to see their killer brought to trial, as I'd much rather kill them myself. You can't be serious. That thing you're wearing around your neck. Oh, this? Around Athena's neck? Does she mean Widget? Oh, I get it. Well, Her Royal Highness returned at last to her castle. Her royal what? She talking about Athena? By the way, I heard the rumors. Our director is going to be the star witness in court tomorrow, right? Director Cosmos? Yes, that's right. You poor things. You better be careful. That old man is a big liar and a huge braggart. What? He might seem like a bigwig, but the center has all kinds of problems. He has a lot of skeletons in his closet. But it's your problem, so why should I care? What, that's it? No friendly tips? No good luck, guys? Just splendid. I'll leave you to your woes. Come on, hunk of junk. Sounds to me that she doesn't believe in our legal system anymore. Must have had a very bad experience to make her feel that way. Are you alright, Athena? You seem very down. I just can't believe she said all those things. Wow, she's really upset. She's been trying not to let it show all this time. Well, I guess it's not all that surprising. You hear about fabricated evidence and false indictments on the news all the time. You mean that whole dark age of the law nonsense? I'm so sick of hearing about that. Well, all we can do is believe in what we're doing. Yeah, you're right, boss. I agree. Maybe it's time we went back to see Mr. Starbuck. Good idea. We should tell him about the bullet in Miss Blackwell's statement. Alright then. Next stop, the detention center. December 19th. Detention center. Visitors room. Oh, my lawyers are here. Must be bad news. Hey, not necessarily. We found a new witness. Researchers saw the moment of the murder through the lounge window during her escape. Really? So they're gonna let me go? Unfortunately, it was dark and she couldn't identify the person. Oh, I should have known. My stars never aligned just right, too. But we got a lead, too, Mr. Starbuck. Murderer had a lighter with an Earth emblem on it. A lighter with an Earth emblem? Oh! Did you remember something? Yup, I sure did. Just a little bit, though. Anything at all would be a help, so please tell us what you remember. I thought I was unconscious the whole time, but now I remember I woke up for a few brief moments. That's huge. Do you remember seeing anything? A lighter. I saw the flame of a lighter, floating in the darkness. Good, good. What else did you see? What was nearby? It was definitely the boarding lounge, so it must have been after Clay carried me there. In the light from the flame, I saw a dark shadow flickering. Dark shadow? That must have been the third party we've been looking for. Thank you, Mr. Starbuck. You've been more help than you know. We can prove there was this third person at the scene and that they're the real killer. Then you'll be cleared of all suspicion. Key will be whether or not we can identify this third person in court tomorrow. At least we have something to go off of now. And that's a big plus. I'll probably tidy the evidence up a bit before someone mistakes me for a hoarder. Relevant evidence tidied up. Now that we have a glimmer of hope, I'm suddenly starving. Now we go back to the office and treat ourselves to a big celebration in advance. For someone who's highly empathetic, you can be surprisingly unsympathetic. So you found your strategy for tomorrow's trial, huh? Good for you, Daddy. Well, it's one step forward anyway. Hopefully it'll give us a fighting chance in court. As long as we can find out who this third person is. Now let's get something to eat. I'm starving. My vote is for Eldune's noodles. Oh, Apollo. What are you doing here? I didn't think the clinic was ready to release you yet. My wounds are fine, and I'm done lying around. Apollo, you're supposed to be in bed. Leave the case to us. We'll take it from here. Thanks, but that's not an option. Not for me. Apollo.
shouldn't underestimate your injuries, Apollo, and I don't want you overdoing it. I'm fine. I'm not in pain anymore. Besides, they just gave me an IV at the clinic. An IV isn't a cure-all, mummy man. Anyway, just tell me how the case is going. Have you guys made any progress? A suspicious figure was spotted at the scene. We think they must be the real killer. Suspicious figure, huh? Right. I thought you'd be happier than that. Oh, don't get me wrong, I'm happy. And I fully intend to see Clay's murderer apprehended. Absolutely nothing will get in the way of that. Clay was your best friend, right, Apollo? That's right. Best friend since junior high. Sounds like me and Junie. So what was Clay like? Well, he was full of compassion and energy. He had a really loud voice. The two of you ever did voice training together now, I bet you'd break a few windows. You know, I bet you're right. Seems like only yesterday. Clay was a guy who lived for his dreams. He used to talk about it a lot. He was going to be an astronaut, and me, a lawyer. Talk well into the night. Even then, we never grew tired of it. Sometimes we explored each other's bodies. What was that last part? Nothing. Apollo, about that jacket. Oh, it's Clay's. I knew it. It's a special jacket that was only issued to members of the Hat Project. He was finally able to get one of his own, once he was selected for the Hat 2 mission. He always looked so proud wearing it. But just when his dream was finally coming true. Are you supposed to become a lawyer with one eye? Don't be ableist. You can be one. Damn it, it's not fair! Apollo, I hope you don't try to carry the burden all alone. I guess we were both unlucky. My own debut was a disaster. I guess you're right on some level. The trial a year and a half ago wasn't exactly the smoothest of starts. That was a rough time for me, but Clay refused to let me quit. You're fine, he'd say. Don't give up. It's right. It was right during his screening exams, too. I couldn't have become a full-fledged lawyer without him. That you're fine if this is why I'm still standing here today. You're fine, huh? You're fine and I'm fine were like your catchphrases, weren't they? Something like that. Sure brings back memories. When we were in junior high, Clay's mom passed away in an accident. But he wouldn't show his sadness to anyone. One night, I found him crying all alone in the school courtyard. Mom. Mom. Wait, Apollo, don't come over here. Clay, listen to me. I don't have a mother either. Huh? I always think everybody else has a mom. Why am I the only one? But, you know, when I start to feel that way, I yell at the top of my lungs. I holler, I'm fine. And then you know what? I start to feel like maybe I really will be fine. Apollo Justice is fine. Okay, Clay. Now it's your turn. Okay. Clay Turan is fine. There you go. Now we're both fine. We're fine. We're fine. What are you laughing about? D, we're fine. You laugh first. I'm fine, you're fine, we're both fine. Thanks, Apollo. When you say it out loud, it really starts to feel real. And as long as you don't give up, you can keep on fighting. That's what we believed. As long as you don't give up. And there's someone else who said something similar. If I give in to my fear, I'll never find them. And as long as I don't give up, I can keep up the fight. Lay called Mr. Starbuck his mentor and looked up to him. I wonder if I can be a good role model for my staff like Mr. Starbuck. Sorry, Mr. Wright, but I'll be taking a leave of absence. What? Wait, what do you mean by a leave? You're really serious? Can you at least give me a reason why? When I put Clay's jacket on, I swore to him that I would catch his killer myself. But that's our goal too. I agree with Athena. We should work together to find the truth. The truth, huh? That's a noble cause. But what if the truth you seek and the truth I seek turn out to be different? I'm not sure I follow. What are you saying, Apollo? I'm going to catch the person responsible for taking my friend's life in my own way. Take good care of Mr. Starbuck for me. I must be going. Bye. Goodbye? Did he just say goodbye? I sensed a lot of seething anger and hatred coming from him. And also, suspicion. Ugh, he's not walking out on us like this. I'm gonna go talk some sense into him. Hold on, Athena. All can believe what he wants, but I believe he's wrong. Even if we take different paths, the truth we arrive at should be the same. I think the quicker we solve this case, the better it'll be for Apollo. Yeah, you're right, boss. Alright, that's enough for one day. Make sure you're ready for tomorrow's trial, okay? If you were here right now, Apollo would say, I'm fine. Everything's fine. Just hope things really do turn out fine tomorrow. Courtroom attire. December 20th, 10:15 a.m. District Court, Courtroom number 5. Court is now in session. All rise. I suppose we should reconvene the trial of Solomon Starbuck or something. Your Honor, could you please come out from under your bench? There are no more bombs, I promise. Oh, yes, my apologies. I'm still a little jumpy when it comes to trials involving bombs. I mean, first the courtroom exploded. Then Mr. Tonate self-destructed. I guess that's one way of describing what happened to Tonate. Anyway, it seems that Mr. Justice was seriously wounded by Mr. Tonate's actions. So you, Mr. Wright, will be taking up the defense? You have an understanding of what has happened in the trial so far? Yes, Your Honor. The defense is ready. Very well. Is the prosecution also ready? I take it you'd like to give me the opening statement this time? Looks like the judge has become a pretty good mind reader. Oh, he's certainly seen more than his fair share of colorful prosecutors. I'd say he's something of a veteran of sorts. Let's see. In the previous part of this trial, we learned that the victim, Clay Turan, escaped from Launchpad 1 carrying the defendant, Solomon Starbuck. There are explosions on the second floor of the Space Center and on the rocket itself. The two astronauts used the Launchpad 1 corridor to reach the boarding lounge. And? How could the victim climb down the ladder if he was carrying the defendant? That was the mystery that needed to be solved. But Mr. Justice proved that the victim was killed in the boarding lounge. Prosecutor Blackwell, were you able to discover any new facts related to this point? Upon further investigation, we discovered an oxygen tank fragment in the lounge. Surprisingly, it would appear that Justice Stonehold's argument was correct. So that means the testimonies of the first two people on the scene are suspect? There were two people who claimed to be the first on the scene. But can we truly trust their statements? Let's see. The two people were Detective Candace Arm and Yuri Cosmos, right? You think that one of them might have given a false statement to the police? Yes, it's certainly possible. We might have to do a little digging. And just as our team was about to cross-examine Detective Arm, a courtroom bombing incident occurred and the trial was put on hold. That accursed fellow, he killed my witness. He killed Detective Arm. He definitely put the kibosh on anything asking her about what she saw. Exactly. In other words, the question of who killed the victim in the boarding lounge has once again become the main focus of this trial. It's obvious Prosecutor Blackwell still thinks Mr. Starbuck. Albright said that Blackwell has a thing against the astronaut. Nevertheless, the defense argues that there was a third person in the lounge, and that's who killed the victim.
Objection!
To make such reckless claims in a courtroom takes a bold man or a stupid one. There's no third person in the boarding lounge. Have you gone dotty already? Old man.
Objection!
We'll see who's the dotard after I trounce you with my years of experience, little boy. In any case, Mr. Starbuck claims he saw someone leaving the lounge. Furthermore, a Space Center employee also saw a suspicious figure at the scene. They saw a third person. I see my sister's been running her mouth. That's right, I almost forgot that Aura is Prosecutor Blackwell's sister. No matter. She didn't see this mystery person's face clearly. Therefore, there is no evidence to indicate that this person was not the defendant. I guess the possibility that the figure was Mr. Starbuck is still there. In brief, we need to determine if a third person was there or not. For this, we should hear the testimony of one of the first people on the scene. Director Cosmos, huh? Very well. Bailiff, please bring the witness to the stand. Why, I believe I've seen you before in the newspaper. Of course you have. Of course you have. For I am Yuri Cosmos, director of the Cosmos Space Center, which was of course named after me, Yuri Cosmos. Do you have anything you wish to ask me? Looks like he's all geared up to do some bragging. 7 years ago, I successfully launched the Hat 1 and... Everyone already knows how brilliant you are. Even I am trying to hold back my tears at seeing such a great man standing before me. So could you please proceed directly to your important testimony? I see this fine young lad has a proper appreciation of greatness. And allow me to begin my epical testimony that will be recorded in the annals of history. The speech of Prosecutor Blackwell is just now. It sounded more to me like he was poking fun at Director Cosmos. Tried for the best that it sailed right over the director's head. Now then, Director Cosmos, the condensed version of your illustrious testimony, please. Detective Arm and I rushed towards the boarding lounge together. Went via the control room and peeked in from there to see what was going on inside. Saw a figure standing in the middle of the lounge and Taran lying on the floor. Hate to say it, but I can only imagine the standing figure must have been Starbuck. I see. So in your testimony you claim... You arrived on the scene after the two had escaped from the launch pad to the lounge, and just after the victim had been killed. Oh, the horror, the humanity. But what I said is what I saw, and what I saw is what I said. Courageous action to take in the face of such terrifying explosions. Say? To save my men, I went personally into the epicenter of danger, risking my own life for theirs. Well, what do you know? Sounds like the director really cares about his men. Yeah, though it sounded more like he was scared and just had to peek from far away. Is the defense ready to cross-examine the witness? Yes, Your Honor. Director Cosmos' testimony is pretty vague. I'm gonna have to press him and draw out more information before I do anything else. Detective Arm and I rushed towards the boarding lounge together. Where were you coming from? The 6th floor. We were making sure my stragglers made their way to the 4th floor. It was then we heard about Starbuck and Turan, and hurried to the 3rd floor lounge. On my galactic scooter here, of course. You keep calling it galactic. Have something to do with space? Of course, it's specifically designed to use on galactic battleships. I see. Then I take it works in 0G too? Sadly, no. With the current state of technology as it is, I'm afraid it would just float about and be galactically useless. Oh, that's a galactic bummer. I see. So you rushed to the boarding lounge on your space-age pogo stick. And when you got to the scene, what did you see? You went via the control room and peeked in from there to see what was going on inside.
Hold it!
Let's see. According to this diagram, you didn't have to go through the control room to get to the boarding lounge 1. It looks like you could have gone there from the southern corridor as well. Yes, but in our haste, Detective Arm rushed ahead of me towards the control room. All I could do was merely follow behind her. I see. So we peeked into the boarding lounge from the control room door. Saw a figure standing in the middle of the lounge, and Turan lying on the floor. You couldn't see who that figure was clearly, or what they were doing. Sadly, the only thing I could tell was that it was a person standing motionless. Offended, no doubt, staring aghast at its deed. What other explanation is there? So close, but without evidence, I can't prove that person's a third party. Don't relish in this, and I hate to say it, but I can only imagine the standing figure must have been Starbuck. Laura Blackwell also saw a suspicious figure in the lounge. She gave the statement that it was too dark to see the person's face clearly. You see this person's face clearly? No, not clearly. The lighter they were holding illuminated the area around their feet at the time. But other than that, I could see little else. That's why I could see Turan, but I couldn't see who the other person was. So for all you know, it might not have been Mr. Starbuck, isn't that correct? I would like to believe that. Starbuck isn't the type of man who's capable of murder.
Objection!
The witness entered the boarding lounge. There's no third person there. Isn't that correct, Great Space Center Director? Yes, that's right. Only Starbuck and Turan were there by that time. When we peeked in, the lounge suddenly went dark and the figure vanished. And they disappeared? That's odd.
Objection!
The reason the figure appeared to vanish is because it was the defendant. The witnesses weren't looking. He fell to the floor and feigned unconsciousness. Hold on. Director Cosmos, did you ever take your eyes off of the scene? Just for a brief instant, about as long as it takes for a shooting star to go by. If you took your eyes off the scene, then this third person could have escaped during that time. What escape route could this person have used? Direction opposite the control room, southern door to the elevators. No security lock on that door, so it would have been possible to escape them.
Objection!
All things are possible, right, Dope? The real question is, do you have any proof? Well, we're just talking possibilities. We could each profess whatever we like. An inmate who used to be a university professor and a lunar researcher used to say that there is a kingdom of little green men live under the surface of the moon. As long as they don't punish us in the name of said moon for what we've done to it. But I say, where's your proof that this quaint exists? It's calling your theory a work of fiction, boss. Right, I don't have any proof yet. Still. They have a ladder? The southern door was a possible escape route. Better make a mental note of that. Director Cosmos, may I ask you a question? Yes? How did you look away from the boarding lounge? There's actually another tale of bravery behind the answer to that. It was when Detective Arms saw the figure and raised her gun. Being a great humanitarian and protector of mankind, I tried to stop her. What? You're saying Detective Arm raised her gun as soon as she saw the figure? Imagine her instincts as a detective told her they were the killer. I don't know about that. And were you able to prevent Detective Arm from firing her gun? Afraid I was too late. I was unable to stop her. She identified herself clearly, and then he fired 2 warning shots at the shadowy figure. Information about Detective Arm's actions sounds critically important. Please add it to your testimony. Detective Arm fired 2 warning shots at the figure. 2 warning shots, huh? That doesn't feel very consistent. There's only a single bullet.
Objection!
Are you sure you were really paying attention to what Detective Arm was doing? You doubt my words? Words that will someday be written down in history books? Somehow, I don't think that those exact words will ever be written down in any history books. Mr. Wright, could you please explain yourself so that we can all understand? You say that Detective Arm fired 2 warning shots, and yet only 1 bullet hole was ever found at the scene. What? Only 1 bullet hole, as the gun was only fired once. Yet Director Cosmos is saying Detective Arm fired 2 shots. No editor would allow such a glaring contradiction into a history book.
Objection!
Unfortunately for you, the witness's words are true. Confirm that 2 shots were fired from Detective Arm's gun.
Objection!
There was only 1 bullet hole at the scene. Where did the other bullet hole vanish to? Yeah. You should know the answer to that already. I should? During the previous trial, a certain oxygen tank was presented as evidence. We already discussed that it was ruptured in the lounge, have we not? Well, it appears that the thing that ruptured it was a bullet. A bullet that was found near the tank, to be precise. This bullet was fired from the .38 caliber gun, the same caliber as the detective's gun. What? Victim's oxygen tank was struck by a bullet. The rifling marks also match up. There's no question that the bullet was fired from Detective Arm's gun. Rifling marks. They're like a gun's fingerprints on a bullet, correct? Sorry. And examining the rifling marks on a bullet can tell us the gun it was fired from. One of the bullets the detective fired found its way into the holographic image display. The other bullet came to a stop near the victim's oxygen tank. The evidence confirms the director's statement that the detective fired 2 shots. A beautiful contradiction. Gone. All gone. So that bullet hole was from a .38 caliber, huh? Better update the record. Only bullet hole found in the boarding lab. Made by a bullet fired from a .38 caliber gun. So what was the deal with the .10 caliber bullet? That wouldn't have been able to have been shot by the same gun. But then, huh? Interesting. Very good. Now we know the fate of both of the shots Detective Arm fired. Mr. Wright, does that clear up all of your questions? Detective Arm fired 2 warning shots. One hit the holographic display and the other hit the oxygen. Does that really clear up everything about what happened at the scene? No, there's the other bullet. But I'm going to save just in case. No, Your Honor, it doesn't. Detective Arm fired 2 warning shots from a .38 caliber gun. That doesn't explain the existence of a certain piece of evidence found at the scene. A piece that points to the existence of a third person. Oh. Very well. Won't do to keep us waiting, Mr. Wright. What piece of evidence suggests the possibility of a third person at the scene?
Take that!
And what is this metal pellet supposed to be? Just a little something of great importance we found at the crime scene here. Found it where? In a floor gutter at the crime scene. Looks like the police and prosecution both missed it. Furthermore, this is a .10 caliber bullet, making it much smaller than one of the Detective Arm's .38 caliber. Then that means... Exactly. One more person must have been there in the lounge. A third person who had a gun that could fire .10 caliber bullets. I can't with this segue. If that's true, it explains why Detective Arm fired warning shots. This third person fired at Detective Arm and Director Cosmos with their gun. In return, the detective fired her warning shot. Didn't fire her, fired her warning shot. Isn't that how it really went down, Director Cosmos? It looks like you've deduced my miraculous tale of survival. Yes, you're absolutely correct. The mystery person fired upon us. What's this now? What? Never breathed a word of any of this to me before. Well, all great men have a secret or two, don't you know? English old geezer. Director Cosmos really has been in the presence of a third person all along. Director Cosmos, I want you to testify to the court about what you really saw. You may be a very great man, but in my courtroom you are just another witness. You won't receive special treatment. Now please give us accurate testimony. Really saw the scene. Detective Arm and I rushed to the control room together. In the lounge, we saw a figure standing in the middle of the room, Taran on the floor. We're still in the control room to the east when the figure fired at us. Given that there was no third person in the lounge when the witness entered it, does this mean the person who fired the gun had to have been the defendant? Not necessarily. It's still possible that it was someone else. Most likely, as soon as Detective Arm and Director Cosmos discovered this person, they escaped through the southern door, the one that didn't have a security lock.
Objection!
Double-edged swords are a tricky lot. Mishandle one, it is you who is cut down. Huh? The reasoning could apply if Space Boy were the killer as well. Think about it. After being discovered, he could have fired the .10 caliber gun. Detective Arm would have responded by firing 2 warning shots. All he had to do was feign unconsciousness to invent the possibility of a third person.
Objection!
Mr. Starbuck didn't even have a gun in his possession when he was found by police, nor has a gun been found at the crime scene. Its absence can only be explained if there was a third party who took it with them.
Objection!
Recall the existence of a trash chute at the boarding lounge. The defendant could have simply thrown the gun down the chute.
Objection!
You can't deny the possibility of a third person leaving a weapon.
Objection!
It's up to you to prove that possibility. And I trust you haven't forgotten my little piece of decisive evidence. What evidence? Why, the detonator switch that was found in Mr. Starbuck's pocket, naturally. The most compelling evidence of all that tells us he's the culprit. I did forget all about that. Look, your baldness, how deliciously obvious it is that they lack the evidence to rival mine. Wow, he sliced our third-person theory of ribbons and served it to us just like that. Yes, well, I have a question of my own, actually. You guys heard the new Tate McRae album? You know, I didn't think that I'd be as big of a fan of her, because I thought she was kind of like an industry plant, but I kind of like some of her songs, I'm not gonna lie to you. Also, that bullet that the mysterious figure shot, what did it hit exactly? It hit me. So, does that mean you're a ghost? Was wondering when you would realize that your baldness. Director Cosmos is an authentic, bona fide ghost. Even passed through walls. Eek!
Objection!
Prosecutor Blackwell, shame on you for teasing the nice old gentleman. Your baldness, it was all in jest. Please show yourself again. Are you sure? In that case, how did you manage to survive being shot, Director Cosmos? I'm glad you asked. It was a miracle. A miracle befitting a great history-making figure such as myself. The bullet hit my glorious Medal of Honor, whereby it ricocheted, thus saving my life. What? That's unbelievable. To check this out. Oh wow, look at that. There's one extra Gyaxa star. The odds are literally astronomical. Guess it really was a miracle. It's beginning to really feel like the Cosmos is watching out for Director Cosmos. But why did you conceal this information, Director Cosmos? A great man such as myself has to hide things on occasion, no matter how much it hurts. Sorry, I'm turning on the fan for a second. A little toasty. It is the plight of the truly great. It may be hard for this generation to understand.
I don't know, but it sounds fishy to me. What else is he hiding? Just cross-examine him and see what we can find out. Now then, Mr. Wright, for cross-examination, please. What I really saw at the scene. Detective Arm and I rushed to the control room together. In the lounge, we saw a figure standing in the middle of the room and Taran on the floor. We were still in the control room to the east when the figure fired at us.
Hold it!
I already heard all about that part. Don't you have any new information? Well, let me see. If you have an hour or two, I could tell you about the Hat One Miracle.
Hold it!
We already know about that too. Tell us about something related to the incident. I see. You want to know about incidents. Well then, let me tell you about the many incidents that made me the man I am today. Yes, if you have the time, I'll tell you all about the upbringing of this great man. You told us all about that already as well. What we need now is your testimony. Did I really already tell you all about my upbringing? I don't recall doing so. Director Cosmos, perhaps you could save your boastful tales for later. If I must. Well, we peeked in through the control room door and... in the lounge, we saw a figure standing in the middle of the room and Taran on the floor. It was so dark you couldn't see this figure's face, isn't that right? Yes, the room was as dark and deep and dark as outer space itself. Speaking about outer space, during the Hat 1 launch 7 years ago. It's about that Hat 1 miracle again. Saw it off until it was straight mud. Excellent idea. No reason why the animal world shouldn't hear of my greatness. And so they shall, but first your testimony. What happened next? Still in the control room to the east when the figure fired at us. So in other words, you were fired at while you were at the control room door. That is correct. There's something not quite right about that. Director Cosmos, the bullet this person fired hit you, isn't that right? Yes, it was a miracle. Miracle befitting a great history figure such as myself. The bullet the figure fired hit me when I was in the control room. But as the Cosmos would have it, the bullet bounced off my glorious Medal of Honor. In that case, the bullet should have wound up somewhere around the control room door. Okay, so Director Cosmos was in the control room to the east. And while he was there, he was shot at by someone with a .10 caliber gun. The bullet hit his medal, so he was able to escape with his life. He's a very lucky man. No wonder people think he's great. Hey, I'm pretty lucky myself, so if he's a great man, I'm king of all the Cosmos. All figures standing in the middle of the room around. Okay, how would... At that point, was his uniform removed? His spacesuit? Because how would he have known it was Taran in the first place? We're still in the control room to the east when the figure fired at us. The bullet that hit his metal was this one, right? And that was found in the gutter. In the gutter along the south wall of the boarding lounge.
Objection!
I think I don't know how it would have ricocheted all the way to the other end, because if it was shot towards the control room, it would have been it was found in the southern wall of the boarding lounge, right? So it would have had to ricochet pretty far away. Director Cosmos, I believe you are telling this great court a glorious lie. A great man like me tell a lie? Have you ever heard of such a thing in all of history? My accusation is based on the positions of the people who were in the lounge. According to your testimony, you and Detective Arm were near the control room door, and the mystery figure was standing in the middle of the boarding lounge. If, as you say, the figure fired a gun at you in this position, then the bullet would have traveled in this direction. However, we found the .10 caliber bullet here. Oh. This trajectory and where the bullet was actually found contradict each other. Director Cosmos, where were you really when you were being shot at? Gah! Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the human merry-go-round. Don't tell me you've forgotten already. Didn't the witness himself just tell you the bullet hit his metal? Of this, there is no mistake. But in this case, the bullet should have been found near the east side of the room. Are you trying to say that you can explain this inconsistency? Of course. I didn't think so. What? Oh, great Director Cosmos. Yes? Is there something you'd like me to expound upon? You were in fact not in the control room to the east, were you? You were looking into the lounge from the door to the south, is that not right? Gah! What are you getting at? Use your own brain. Your head must have some other use other than housing that bird's nest. Bird's nest? Why does everyone pick on my hair? Director Cosmos and the detective witnessed the scene at the southern door. The killer fired at them there, and that is why the bullet was found in the south. Ah, that makes some sense, actually. Also, the witness being at the southern door is rather favorable for the prosecution. Huh? I've got a bad feeling about this. How about it, Director? You don't tell the truth this time. Yes. Yikes. His handcuffs. You will become but rust upon my sword. I relish the chance to cut down a great man. Alright, I'll tell the truth. Just put your sword away. You are correct. I, the great Yuri Cosmos, was looking into the room from the southern door. What? That's the complete opposite of all the testimony he's given so far. now you have lost your possibility that a third person is in the room. How? The director and the detective were near the southern door, meaning the killer couldn't have escaped through there. The western door required print recognition. The corridor beyond was filled with smoke. The only escape route left was the eastern control room door. The only way to get through there was with Director Cosmos' fingerprints. In short, there would be no escape for any third person had there been one. My third person just disappeared like in one of Trucy's magic tricks. Order in the court. Director Cosmos, why did you tell such an outrageous lie? We're covering for the defendant. Isn't that right? Yes, it was all for the love of my men. If I said I was in the Eastern Control Room, it would mean the culprit could have escaped through the southern door. It would have meant that there could have been a third person. All I wanted to do was protect Starbuck. I said I was in the control room to invent an escape route for a third person. What a convoluted lie. Is he really covering for the defendant? It looks like we've come to a conclusion. But the defense's argument, the possibility of a third person, has crumbled. No. It's over. Yikes. Judge is about to hand down his verdict. Think, Phoenix, think. It's the perfect time to try and turn my thinking around. Third person had no way of escaping the scene. What if one of the people at the scene was this third person? Wait, what if the whole premise is all wrong? Director Cosmos said that he and Detective Arm rushed to the scene together. But what if that premise isn't true? What if one of them reached the scene before the other one? If that person entered the lounge, then they would be the third person. The defendant is the only one who could have killed the victim and shot at the director. There doesn't appear to be any room for argument against these claims. I will now render my verdict. Please wait, Your Honor. There is still one possibility. Oh, this had better be good, Mr. Wright. There is one and only one person who could have escaped from the scene. And that person would be the first person who arrived on the scene. Then, upon entering the boarding lounge, the second person to arrive came via the southern door. That's why the first person fled from the room, using an escape route that was accessible only to them. Very well, let's hear more about this thing. Who is this one person who could have escaped from the boarding lounge? Yes. Big Gilfy. Ongoing Clonko. Yuri Cosmos. What? But that's... Mr. Wright, what on earth are you claiming here? Of all the people who were at the scene, only the witness could have escaped. The director is the only one with the authority to open the control room door after all. But that means... Exactly. The true identity of the third person is our current witness. Director Yuri Cosmos. What? What?
Order, order in the court, I say. Mr. Wright, you will explain yourself in more detail. I assert the Director Cosmos arrived at the scene before Detective Arm. He entered the boarding lounge alone. Detective Arm arrived after that and saw a suspicious figure. It was actually Director Cosmos standing in the lounge. And that's why she fired those 2 warning shots. Yeah, I've been hit. I've been hit on the starboard side. Captain Wright, it's a direct hit on the enemy ship, sir. A magnificent shot. Warning shots fired from the enemy ship. Prepare to intercept. Cosmos, you have told a lie in this court once again. I've been hit. I've been hit on the port side. The enemy has called in reinforcements. Earth to Cosmos Control Center requesting permission to ask that you return to reality. But my ship will not go down to anything less than the ultimate weapon of evidence. But I do have evidence. In fact, you could say that your battleship bears its scar. Grr. Director Cosmos is the 3rd person Aura Blackwell saw. The 3rd person fired at Detective Arm and Director Cosmos with their gun. And in return, Detective and Director. It's just like Prosecutor and Professor in the last case. And in return, the detective fired her warning shots. Isn't that how it really went down, Director Cosmos? It looks like you've deduced my miraculous tale of survival. Yes, you're absolutely correct. The mystery person fired upon us. Director Cosmos must have been the one who fired the .10 caliber gun. When Detective Arm discovered him in the lounge, it only makes sense that he would have turned and shot at her. Therefore, evidence on the director's body is of a different kind of relevance than before. Once we compare it against another piece of evidence, the mark that you received from the 3rd party will be all the proof we need to prove that you were the one there in the lounge. Brace for further impact. Comparison against this piece of evidence will prove that you were the one in the lounge. The control room door lock.
Take that!
And what would you like to say about that piece of evidence, Mr. Wright? Huh? I would like to say that this is not it. Mr. Wright, please only present evidence that you think is it. Or, I guess that really wasn't it. But I am sure the 3rd person was Director Cosmos.
Take that!
The knife?
Take that!
A muffin or a cupcake or a cake? What? A hope capsule?
Take that!
What the freak? Which one do you prefer, a muffin or a a cupcake or a cake in a cup? Um, that's a good question. Kind of depends on what I'm in the mood for. I gotta say, those cakes in a cup are pretty bussin' though. I love you like pour the little stuff in, put it in the microwave. It's good to go. It's always really hot though. I feel like I always burn myself. Tiramisu. I'm not a big coffee fan, so I don't really mess with tiramisu like that. But it is very like light on the coffee at least. Ice cream cake? Oh, delicious. I love ice cream cake. Tasty, tasty. I love non-conventional cakes. Cookie cake, ice cream cake. I guess those are really the only two unconventional cakes. I hate ice cream cake, but I like ice cream and cake. You hate ice cream cake. How do you feel about cookie cake? It's almost my birthday, dude. I want an ice cream cake or a cookie cake. I just want a cake, dude. I haven't had my own cake in so long. Never tried it, really? Just think of it's basically a giant chocolate cookie with frosting on it. It's pretty good. But I am sure the Mama, may I have a cookie? But I am sure the third person was Director Cosmos. What the freak is...
Take that!
the evidence? If you give a mouse a cookie... I don't even... What happens if you give a mouse a cookie? Birthday stream? Probably. I'll probably do like a whole week of birthday festivities, to be honest with you. Maybe I'll do like a hand cam making something. Who knows, I might even have this model finished by then. Base cam? Nah. Blah, 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 blah. Oxygen tank data. Okay. Or a statement. What the hell is the answer? Why did they make Phoenix look like he's made from Play-Doh? I don't know. Yeah, that one face that he makes is very unsettling.
Take that! Take that!
Good lord. .38 caliber bullet found on the floor at the scene didn't hit the oxygen tank. Hit Director Cosmos's metal. We have that ricochet mark on the metal analyzed. I'm sure the caliber will match up. And if that mark proves to be from a .38 caliber bullet, it will prove that you are the third person we've been looking for. Yeah, the bridge is destroyed, losing altitude, all hands, abandon ship. That's true, then what about the bullet that hit the oxygen tank? It was the .10 caliber bullet, in other words, it was the bullet fired by Yuri Cosmos. Isn't that right, Director? No, you've got it all wrong. What? The engines have started again? It's a miracle I'm not going down yet. Witness, stop this at once and confess to the truth. You don't want the history books to say that a great man was a great liar. Then accept your fate and tell the truth. Are you giving me orders? Me, the great director of the Cosmos Space Center? Ah, but the cosmos revolves around me. Ah, someone get me off this thing. Order in the court. Will someone please stop the witness from spinning? Ooh, thank goodness we were able to stop him from spinning off the face of the Earth. While he was twirling, I took the liberty of running an analysis on the mark on the metal. It was made by a .38 caliber bullet, matching it with the size of Detective Arm's firearm. Yeah. Are you ready to confess to the truth, witness? No, you've got it all wrong. This is just a misunderstanding. You going to start piling on more lies? Looks like it. No matter how many lies he tells, I'll just expose them one by one. I'll make that big liar tell the truth. We'll finish this case. Looks like there's not much left, so. Director Cosmos, a new possibility has been presented by the defense. They are claiming that you were this third person. Forgive me. I'm so sorry. The great pioneer of space development is revealed to be just another fabulous cur. I only have one question for the likes of you. Will I send you off quickly or very quickly? The evidence doesn't lie, Director Cosmos, so don't try to talk your way out of this. Fine, I'll tell you the truth. It's all just as you say, Mr. Wright. It's true that I was the one in the boarding lounge. I got there before Detective Arm, and when she arrived, she fired warning shots at me. I was afraid people would mistake me for the killer, so I escaped to the control room. I then went past the elevators and all the way around to boarding lounge 1 again. I came up behind Detective Arm and pretended to be the second on the scene. What a troublesome old man you are with such convoluted deeds and thoughts. I see. So then... Are you still insisting that you did not kill the victim? Of course I am. When I arrived at the lounge alone, I saw the true killer. The great Yuri Cosmos was a history-making witness. Now hold on just 1 minute. We just proved a few minutes ago that the third person that Mr. Starbuck and Miss Aqua Blackwell saw was you. No, it wasn't me. I saw the person as well. If I were the killer, why would I lie to cover for Starbuck? Or just leave him to take the fall?
That is an excellent point.
All I wanted to do was protect Starbuck. I said I was in the control room to invent an escape route for a third person.
Well, it makes some sense if he told those lies to cover for Mr. Starbuck.
Still, a lie's a lie, Athena.
The Director Cosmos claims he's not the culprit, but where's the truth?
Oh, I just remembered. I have an alibi. Miss Blackwell said that she saw the killer at 10 a.m., correct?
Yes, and?
Say that shit with your chest. And... Well, I was on the 4th floor helping with the evacuation effort. Ask any member of the staff you like. They'll corroborate me. Director's not fibbing to the court for once. I confirm that he has an alibi for the time specified.
So you're claiming that Miss Blackwell saw the killer commit the first crime at 10 a.m.? And that you arrived at the lounge after that?
Yes, and I believe the person I saw is the same person that Miss Blackwell saw. Although it was pitch black, so it was more of a shadowy figure and less of a person. I couldn't actually see their face, but it was definitely the silhouette of an earthling.
As long as he has an alibi, we can't very well claim Director Cosmos was the killer.
No, we can't. Then again, maybe we don't need to yet. I wonder if he was really covering for... Mr. Starbuck.
Your Honor, the defense moves to have the director testify about the person he saw.
Very well. Director Cosmos, your testimony, please. What I really witnessed. As I tried to enter the lounge, the true killer inside fired a gun at me. I hid to avoid getting shot. But when I tried to get another look, they had vanished into thin air. I was near the elevator's side door, and, well, the launch pad 1 door. The control room door should have been shut tight to the killer.
So you were shot at by the killer as well? And then they disappeared?
Yes, though luckily no harm came to my glorious body. Unfortunately, the bullet hit Tehran's oxygen tank. I know because I heard a pang. That must have been the sound of the tank being ruptured.
Wait, but I thought the bullet hit his metal. That was Detective Arm's bullet, remember? Right, the mess this is turning out to be. So, let's see. Director Cosmos is claiming that when he found Mr. Tran and his killer, the culprit shot a .10 caliber bullet at him.
Right, but it actually hit Mr. Tran's oxygen tank and ruptured it.
Then the killer disappeared, and the director went into the boarding lounge.
When Detective Arm caught up and fired those warning shots at him, judging by his medal, it looks like one of them almost took him out, too. Good summary, but that doesn't explain where our mystery killer went. Director Cosmos, I was wondering if you could elaborate on when the figure disappeared. Ashamed to admit I tried to hide myself when I got shot at, but when I peeped back into the lounge, the real killer was gone. I rushed into the lounge straight away to investigate. But what I found was Turan with a knife in his chest and Starbuck out cold on the floor. So we have a culprit who vanished from a scene that had no escape route. Vanished without a trace. It's truly like one of the great mysteries of the cosmos.
Silence.
A riddle of the ages indeed. I'd rather know how a fibbing leech such as you can be lauded as great. A great man is always misunderstood in his own time. But he must remain true to himself even if those around him don't understand. Well, that might be the first true statement he's said all day. But how do you suppose this person managed to vanish so suddenly? Simple, because it was Spaceboy himself. When he was spotted by the director and Aura, he quickly feigned unconsciousness. That would certainly take all the mystery out of the idea of a vanishing culprit. I want to raise an objection, but I don't have any counter evidence. Director Cosmos, when you saw this person, did you also see Mr. Starbuck on the floor? No, because it was as dark as a black hole in there. I didn't see Starbuck until the other person vanished and I entered the room. That wasn't exactly helpful. Prepared to accept your surrender, right, Dono? Can't find any holes in this testimony, but I can't give up. Mr. Wright, why don't you let me help? Huh? The director was giving his testimony. I detected a cacophony of discord, which means he's hiding his true feelings from us, huh? This just might help us find out what happened to our vanished killer. That'd be great, Athena. Let's see what you can do with them. You got it, boss. I wouldn't want to miss this chance to delve into a great mind. Yuri Cosmos, prepare to hand over the secrets of your heart to me. Correct me if I'm wrong, but you do seem to be afraid of the launch pad door. The great Yuri Cosmos afraid? And what basis do you have for that outlandish accusation? Whether I have any basis or not, you seem quite distressed by it. I'm most certainly not. Director Cosmos, there's something about the launch pad door you're not telling us, isn't there? Wow, he's speechless. Looks like you hit the nail on the head, boss. It's working, boss. One more punch and it'll be a knockout. Seems to be one more emotion that's at odds with his testimony. Go get him. Okay, back in the Matrix it is. Time to pinpoint our way to victory. When we view your emotions alongside your testimony, we find the unexpected emotion. Wait a minute, there really isn't anything strange here. I don't know, but I think maybe we made a mistake, Mr. Wright. I think maybe you're right. Take another look. Must be an unexpected emotion here somewhere. When we view your emotions, okay. You must have thought it was very strange that the killer vanished into thin air. I did. That kind of thing just doesn't happen usually. And yet, at that time, you barely registered any shock at the occurrence. What? Why are you... Yeah. I only think of one reason as to why you weren't surprised by the killer's vanishing act. You must have had a good idea of where they went, isn't that right? What? No, of course not. That's preposterous. Only I can enter the control room. The area beyond the launch pad door was filled with smoke, making it impassable. As for the southern door, it was standing right there. So there was nowhere for the killer to run to. Maybe, or maybe not. He went into the room to check on Mr. Starbuck and Mr. Tran, yes? The culprit took the opportunity to silently slip out through the southern door. I highly doubt it, as you recall, right after I entered the lounge. Detective Arm came rushing towards it herself via this southern hallway. Anyone trying to escape through there would have been caught by her. And yet the director wasn't surprised the killer vanished. So you're absolutely sure there was no escape route for the culprit to use. I'll just input those two pieces of data and... yes, just what I wanted to see. Presto changeo, less discord. Looks like we're on the right track. Thanks, Athena. Now to make sense of what we learned. Director Cosmos wasn't surprised that the culprit suddenly vanished from the lounge, which points to the possibility that he knew where the killer had escaped to. Furthermore, talking about the door to the launch pad made him uneasy. In other words, he's probably hiding something about the launch pad 1 door. When we put those two pieces together, only one solution to this puzzle comes to mind. Director Cosmos, did the real killer escape through here? I thought I had more health left. The launch pad 1 corridor.
Take that!
Culprit went through the launch pad 1 door to escape, didn't they? Yes. I mean, no. Disaster to starboard. We're gonna crash into an asteroid. Master tactician, you are not. The area beyond the door was filled with smoke, wasn't it? True, but this is still the only logical answer there is. You can just figure out what the director is hiding about the launch pad 1 door. You should be able to iron out the logical inconsistencies. But that door requires fingerprint recognition. Only Starbuck, Duran, and I have access. I don't see how the killer could have opened that security lock, do you? That's an easy one. The killer was right there in the boarding lounge, meaning there's a way he could have easily gotten past that security lock. Come to think of it, we did examine the prints on the fingerprint recognition device. I propose that the killer used this person's fingerprints to get past the security lock. Probably Starbuck, because he was unconscious.
Take that!
That's... Mr. Starbuck was lying unconscious there in the boarding lounge. Anybody could have easily gotten past the security lock by using Mr. Starbuck's prints. And actually, Mr. Starbuck's prints are exactly what we found on the device's screen. Yeah. Looks like he does have something to hide about the Launchpad 1 door. And I'm betting it's got something to do with the culprit's escape route. But I don't have enough information to see the whole picture yet. You know, something just occurred to me. I got ripped off on that new iPhone. Would you like to hear it? Huh? Oh, yes, by all means. There's a security camera in boarding lounge 1. Right, the one that recorded the victim and the defendant. What about it, Your Honor? The true culprit escaped into the Launchpad 1 corridor, and that might be recorded in the security footage as well. Then the mystery would be solved. What do you think of my logic? I hope you didn't strain your faculties too much for that, your baldness. I beg your pardon? Look, we played the security footage beyond this point. Oh my! The footage cuts off. The camera was running on backup power, but apparently the power cables were damaged. Most likely by the after effects of the explosion. There is no footage after this, be it of criminals or space aliens. I thought it was such a good idea, too. Just because your grandchild is watching you from the gallery doesn't mean you should try to show off too much, Grandpa Baldness. Prosecutor Blackwell, how did you know about my grandchild? I think his grandchild just learned a little about the harshness of the adult world. Setting aside the issue of grandchildren, I'd like to have the witness continue. Director Cosmos, could you tell us more about when you entered the lounge? If I must. Anger? Or sadness? Guess the only other one is shock, but why would he be shocked about that? And why wouldn't he be shocked about that? I would be. If somebody shot at me. Director Cosmos, why were you so surprised when Detective Arm found you, and again when she fired? Isn't that a bit unnatural? No? Sadly, even great men such as myself have ordinary human feelings. Our bodies are bound by the forces of gravity and emotions. Even a great man such as myself experiences surprise on occasion. Yes, I'm sure you do. But my real point is not the fact that you were surprised, but rather what you were surprised by. Pardon me? First, you were surprised when Detective Arm found you in the lounge. And just after that, you were, of course, again surprised when she shot at you. But considering what you were surprised about, a strange phenomenon occurs here. Director Cosmos, what is strange about your surprise reaction is the fact that you were surprised twice? Not surprised by something else. More surprised when Arm came. Guess that. Although, I feel like it's not like an invalid thing to be surprised about. Sure, you were surprised when Detective Arm shot at you, but the surprise you felt when she found you in the lounge was much greater. Gah. The fact that you were more surprised by simply being found than by being shot at suggests to me that you were conflicted about whatever it was you were doing there. The enemy has acquired a new weapon. Commence Operation Hide Under Your Desk. Gah. Please tell me I finally sunk his battleship. Boss, I'm getting less Discord now. It must mean he really is hiding something about that launch pad door. Whatever he's hiding most likely has something to do with the killer's escape. I wonder what it could be. He was doing something suspicious around that door. Maybe we can spot some change between before he came to the room and after. Detective Fulbright gave us a photo taken after the crime. Let's run a comparison. Let's see. This is footage of the door before Director Cosmos arrived. And this is how the door looked after the director entered the lounge. Hey, look at that. There is a change. Something's definitely different. Director Cosmos? What is it? What have you two been up to over there? Finding the answer to what you were doing when Detective Arm found you, that's what. And the answer lies clearly in this footage. All we have to do is compare it to this photo that was taken during the investigation. Don't be ridiculous. If you really have to do it, if you really do have an answer, you would have pointed it out already. He's asking for it. This is what changed directly after the incident. The knob. I'm gonna guess, because they brought it up at some point. Har, har, har. Har, 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 har. The answer is this knob. Yeah, that's... Your Honor, please take a look at this footage. Let's see. Take a look at the knob next to the launch pad door. As you can see, it's horizontal. Yes, it is, isn't it? However, when we investigated the scene of the crime yesterday, the knob was vertical. And what does that mean? It means that sometime before the director arrived and after, someone turned this knob. Oh! After the scene was discovered, you were the one who could have turned the knob. You were the only one who could have turned the knob. Come on now, Director Cosmos, let's hear what you have to say. What are you trying to do by turning... What were you trying to do by turning that knob on the door? By the door. Look. Yeah, fine, I admit it. You're right. I did turn that knob. That knob is a safety lock meant to keep the launch pad in place. I was afraid there would be more explosions. I wanted to move the launch pad away. You wanted to do what? Hey, didn't Ponko tell us something about how they prepare for launch? She said that once the launch pad's fully assembled, it's moved to the launch site. The safety lock on the boarding lounge has to be disengaged first. Guess that clears up what this knob is for. Oh, so if the killer escaped into the launch pad one corridor, maybe they were transported along with the launch pad to the launch site? I don't think so. The Launchpad 1 corridor was filled with smoke. I don't think they could have escaped through that corridor. So then, where did the killer escape to? I told my friend to get this really good phone off of eBay for $60. He got it a week ago. Was it? Wait, he got it a week ago or October? I guess there's still some things we have to uncover. Director Cosmos, I request that you tell us about moving the launch pad in more detail. Fine, but listen carefully, for I'm about to give history-making testimony. He bought it last October? Oh, he just got it. Well, was it good? Is it good? Did we get it from, like, overseas or something? We thought it was a scam because it took so long. $60 for a phone is pretty good, but yeah, I mean, that's what, like 5 months? A long time. Why was he happy? I had no choice but to disengage the safety lock. You make it sound like you were reluctant to do so. And yet when you did it, you felt some joy, as if you were very pleased with yourself. Grrr! How do you do it? How do you know everything as if you were there? Pretty impressive, isn't it? This is the power of analytical psychology. So, care to explain why you felt joy when you disengaged the safety lock? When I think back on the facts we've discovered up to this point, I have to believe that you were trying to fulfill some hidden agenda. Grrr. How do you know about that, too? Because I'm more or less a pro at guessing. But you have no proof that I had a hidden agenda. And even if I did, I would never ever tell you, so there. I know they say people regress as they grow older, but you, sir, take the cake. And how could you doubt a man with such great intensity, intelligence, and integrity?
Silence.
You, a man of integrity, don't make me laugh. But Prosecutor Blackwell came over him all of a sudden. You've spouted nothing but falsity since you stepped up to the stand. You're not the kind of man that will be glorified in the annals of history. Not for greatness, anyway. Unless you consider greatest liar and honor.
Liar. Oof. His words bite harder than his blade. You moved Launchpad 1 after the explosions? My, how naive you are. Fail to realize how even the facts themselves have betrayed you. You know, just a thought, but modern English can be your friend. And here's a thought for you, immediately following the bombing. Launchpad 1 was on boarding on one side. The police confirmed this on the scene. What? Liar. So that means the director didn't move the launch pad? Curse my judgment for calling history's greatest liar to the witness stand. Let us leave him to indulge in his lies and work to his heart's content. Liar!
Objection!
Doesn't make sense. You can't deny that someone turned that knob. Once the safety lock was released, I'm sure the pad must have went somewhere. If we chase down the truth of this issue, we just might find where the killer escaped to. Yeah. You're sure it must have went somewhere? We just might find out? Your arguments are nothing but conjecture, bluffing, and wishful thinking. Stop chasing your fantasies and see reality for what it really is. Or are you not man enough to, boy? Yeah. Talk about hitting below the belt. Youngins these days. I don't understand it. I'm sure Director Cosmos must have bad. The knob was definitely turned after he came to the lounge. The launch pad is right where it's supposed to be. Ugh. Wait a minute. Yeah, I have it all backwards. If the director turned the knob not to move the launch pad away, to bring it back to where it was supposed to be. What are you blathering about? What if the launch pad was at the launch site before the incident? Then, after the incident, Director Cosmos moved it back to its usual spot. All he had to do was turn the knob to call the launch pad back. It would be right where the police found it. Yeah, oh my god. Made him sigh like Mr. Starbuck. What? Was what I really said that off base? Pains me to have to explain how wrong your own logic is to you, however. Our great liar turned the knob only after he discovered the crime scene. Indeed, the pad existed beyond the lounge when our Astro Wonders made their escape. A fact that has been recorded for posterity on filmless film. Oh, right. So to reiterate, stop chasing your fantasies and see reality for what it really is, boy. Yeah. Get a grip, Mr. A, and focus. You know the launch pad must have been moved. Our deductions and the actual facts of the case are in direct contradiction to each other. Well, maybe the two astronauts never actually boarded the rocket. This footage could be fake, taken with body doubles after the incident or something. On second thought, that's too far-fetched even for me. Never actually boarded the rocket. Hey, wait a minute. Maybe, just maybe. Huh? Prosecutor Blackwell, what if I told you that the two astronauts never set foot inside the launch pad area, but instead went into another place? And what if, when the director moved Launchpad 1 back, it was not from the launch site, but from another place? What would you say then? Not the existential bull. Mr. Wright, you will explain yourself at once. I know I'm right. It's all the other way around. Very well, Your Honor. Let me explain. Director Cosmos' reason for moving the launch pad was switch it with another place. As he wanted to switch it with some other place. I'm sorry, but did you just say switch it? But what could he possibly have switched the launch pad with? Oh, you'd be surprised, Your Honor. All it takes is a little thinking outside the box, and the answer becomes clear as day. This is what was switched with Launchpad. The Space Museum.
Take that!
The only other thing. Launchpad 1 was switched with the Space Museum? The Space Museum? In the past, the Space Museum used to be Launchpad 2. It has all the same features as Launchpad 1, and can even be moved to the launch site. Meaning, the Space Museum and Launchpad 1 can also be switched with each other. You can't mean. The rocket the astronauts boarded was not the one in Launchpad 1. It was the one in the Space Museum. What? Yet, it's the only explanation that accounts for every riddle and inconsistency. It's how the Space Center was just before the incident. I see Launchpad 1 and the Space Museum. I've already switched places. That's right. But the two switched like this. The astronauts enter the Space Museum, boarding lounge 1. This allowed the true killer to enter Launchpad 1 from boarding lounge 2 and set the bomb on the rocket. Come to think of it, the door to the Space Museum from boarding lounge 2. Welcome, welcome. The Space Museum is open to the public every day of the year from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. Exactly. Anyone could pass through the door to the Space Museum. There is no fingerprint recognition system on the door. In other words, with the two launch pads switched like that, someone other than Mr. Starbuck could have easily planted that bomb. Yeah. After setting the bomb on the rocket, the culprit snuck into the boarding lounge 1 and waited there concealed in order to kill Mr. Turan when the two astronauts emerged from the Space Museum. Recall that Miss Blackwell, Mr. Starbuck, and the director all saw a suspicious figure, who we can suppose after killing Mr. Turan made their escape into the Space Museum. After that, Director Cosmos switched the two launch pads back, without realizing the killer was inside the Space Museum. The killer then left the Space Museum and made a clean getaway. Yeah. Right, I see you know how to handle a sword and handle it well. Perhaps I should call you Swordmaster Bluff. A seasoned warrior has cut down many a prospect.
Silence.
But unless you can prove your theory, it's no better than a rusty sword. That's right. You have no proof I switched the launch pads. Somebody needs a better anger management counselor. Launch pads really were switched. Might be a record somewhere. At this point, Launchpad 1 and the Space Museum switched with each other. So, the answer beyond the door should be one that belongs to the Space Museum. Let's see. This is an image of the Launchpad 1 core. See anything different when we compare to the security footage? Huh? That number on the floor. Well, what do you know? Looks like we have proof after all, Prosecutor Blackwell. This is just another bluff. Oh, don't worry. It's all right here. Right in this footage. Oh. Proof that beyond this door is the corridor to the Space Museum. Very well, then. Answer this for me. What in this footage proves that the corridor belongs to the Space Museum? 2.
Take that.
There's a 1 on the floor of the Launchpad 1 corridor. But take a look at the floor on the corridor in the security footage. See the number on the floor behind the astronauts? Doesn't look like a 1, does it? That's because what you see is actually part of a 2. What? Why is it a 2 and not a 1? That's because the corridor you see is the one to the Space Museum. Yeah. Yeah. So that means the corridor in this footage was not filled with smoke. That's right, because the explosion didn't occur in the Space Museum. The explosion occurred in Launchpad 1 on the side opposite of the Space Museum. And now that we know 2 astronauts escaped from the Space Museum, mystery from the previous trial of how they got down the ladder is cleared up. Mr. Taran, hearing Mr. Starbuck, simply took the elevator from the upper level down to the middle level. Just incredible, the 2 launch pads were actually switched. You'd think someone would have noticed an event of this magnitude. Everyone was down in the basement shelter when the launch pads were swapped back. There's no way anyone could have known what's happening on the surface. Yeah. No more lies to Director Cosmos. High time you told us the truth. Yeah. My honor, my glory. Everything is slipping away. Time to deploy my ultimate weapon, Galactic Engine Ignition. What? It's gone haywire. Yeah. It won't stop. Yeah. My stars, my glory. Yeah. No. No, not that way. Yeah. Bailiff, on your steed and after that witness. The door was fixed. I see we managed to retrieve you before you came to any bodily harm. Director Cosmos, do you admit you switched the launch pads? I admit it's true. I switched Launchpad 1 for the Space Museum. It is good to hear words I can believe for a change. But you do... Before you do, Your Honor, 2 things. First, we don't know if Mr. Taran had prior knowledge of the switch. As for Mr. Starbuck, he was unaware of his surroundings thanks to his medication. Either way, Mr. Taran would have realized the instant he stepped into the Space Museum. It had been switched with Launchpad 1. So my first question is, the Space Museum was perfectly fine. Why did Mr. Taran feel the need to put on such a dramatic display? As for my second question, I'd like Director Cosmos to tell us why he switched the 2 launch pads to begin with. Please, I can't. I exercise my right to remain silent. But I will say, my hands were tied. I was only doing what I could to keep my men from getting caught in that blast. Director is terrified. Must have one heck of a reason for not wanting to explain why. Maybe not a good time to try to pry it out of him, huh? Excuse me, but would you mind if I picked up my stars? Without my badge of rank, I'm nothing. I don't see why not. Bailiff, help the director retrieve his stars. Here's the possibility of a culprit other than the defendant has presented itself. Mr. Starbuck, is there anything you wish to say? I don't get it. Don't get it? What don't you get? Director, why did you do all that? Very beginning, you never meant for the launch to go ahead, did you? You tricked us. Starbuck. Starbuck, my boy, I'm sorry. I can't tell you the reason why, but I had to do it to protect the space. Director, will I ever get the chance to go into space again? Yes. Yes, of course. I won't rest until it happens. I will get you into space again, my boy. The dream is still alive.
Silence.
You're not going into space, Starbuck, but prison. I won't have any other. Why are you so hung up on him? Yes, I accept that the launch pads really were switched. If there were a third person on the scene, I suppose they could have escaped. I have yet to see proof of this third person's escape via the Space Museum. Oh, that's a good point. That's right, I don't have any proof. Starbuck, you will spill everything you know. What? Me? Where'd you get those bombs? Tell me now. Don't. Blade shall feast on your blood. If I'm gonna die, I want to die in space. I have to do something. Sullivan Starbuck. Himself. Now, you know violence, Sir Prosecutor Blackwell. Annoying, cheerful laugh can be none other than... Champion of righteousness, Bobby Fulbright here, and justice we trust. Detective Fulbright.
Sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Lawyer. I hope I'm not too late. I don't believe we had an appointment. So. I don't believe we had an appointment. I tried to hurry, but I ended up helping a little old lady across the street. And then I had to break up a cat fight. I tell you, justice sure is a full-time job. Is it a fight between cats, or... Are you here again? Because the defendant isn't the culprit. I came to make sure that justice is served. I don't have any idea what you're talking about. Oh, thanks for the stretch. Rui. Right? I was thought you were a bit touched in the head. Finally succumbed. Nope. Looks like you succumbed to this phantom. Open your eyes and let the evidence of justice uncloud your just judgment.
What evidence? Come to think of it, he did say something about finding us some evidence.
Thanks, you two. I feel a lot better now that I've been able to get that off my chest. I'm going to work extra hard to find that perfect piece of evidence for you.
I didn't think he was serious, though. Oh, blah, 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 blah. So, what is it, Detective? Is it something that will prove Mr. Starbuck innocent? It is indeed. Have a look at this. What's this? A lighter? That's right, a lighter thought to have been used by the culprit, no less. Space Museum's cleaning robot picked it up. It was the victim Clay Terran's blood, along with his killer's fingerprints on it. What? Gah. Order. Order. Detective Fulbright, can I assume that the fingerprints don't belong to the defendant? You bet. Mr. Starbuck is totally innocent. This is it. This is just what I needed. Lighter added to the court record. Your Honor, this is decisive evidence that supports the defense's earlier claim. Explain yourself, Mr. Wright. With pleasure, Your Honor. Call where this lighter was found. Based on that, we can extrapolate that after the killer murdered Mr. Turan, they escaped with lighter in hand into the Space Museum, where they dropped it. The switching of the two launch pads occurred. Then finally, the killer left through boarding lounge 2 and made their escape. Meanwhile, Mr. Starbuck was found in boarding lounge 1 after the murder. Fact that Director Cosmos has testified to. Therefore, Mr. Starbuck couldn't have possibly been the one to drop the lighter there.
Silence.
But the defendant had free reign of the area until Director Cosmos appeared. Could he not have dropped the lighter in the Space Museum during that span of time? You'd like that to be true, wouldn't you? But Director Cosmos testified that right after he saw the mysterious figure with the lighter, he went into the lounge and found the unconscious Mr. Starbuck. In other words, Mr. Starbuck wouldn't have had the time to double back to the museum. No, Prosecutor Blackwell, this lighter could only have been dropped by the real killer. Ugh. Most importantly, Mr. Starbuck's fingerprints were nowhere to be found on this light. I think you understand what this means, don't you? This piece of evidence unequivocally proves that Mr. Starbuck wasn't the culprit. This does indeed appear to be decisive evidence that proves the defense's claims. As for the remote switch that was found in Mr. Starbuck's pocket, we can assume it was planted by the killer on the unconscious Mr. Starbuck. No, there must be some mistake. Frankly, Prosecutor Blackwell, I've been worried about you. You've been chasing this phantom for 7 whole years. I understand your urgency because tomorrow...
Silence.
Fulbright, you promised never to speak of that. Huh? Tomorrow? What about tomorrow? Given the body of evidence, I think it's safe to say that the defendant is innocent. In light of the fact that it was impossible for him to have committed the crime, a few unanswered questions remain, so I look forward to seeing what you two uncover. For now, this court finds the defendant, Solomon Starbuck. Interesting. Case not closed? But defendant is found not guilty, huh? That's a first.
Yes, we did it, Mr. Wright.
Looks like we pulled it off somehow, huh? Some help from Detective Fulbright. Mr. Wright, Miss Sykes, thank you. And please thank Apollo for me, too. You all are the best.
Oh, I wish we could tell Apollo about Mr. Starbuck's verdict right now.
Yeah, me too, but that's gonna have to wait. Now that a verdict has been reached,
I'd like to bring today's trial to a close. Court is adjourned.
Objection!
It's too late to object, isn't it? Simply is impossible. Something's wrong. Prosecutor Blackwell, are you dissatisfied with the verdict? Fulbright, over the results of the fingerprint analysis for the lighter. Huh? The results? Well, I was in a hurry, you see. And then there was that cat fight, and well, I kinda got carried away when I heard the prince weren't Mr. Starbucks, so... You have yet to read it? Prosecutor Blackwell, can you read out who the prince belonged to? On thorough analysis, the fingerprints were found to belong to Athena Sykes. So says the report. What? What? Huh? Me? Order, I say, order! Miss Sykes, tell me you have an explanation for this. We just finished proving that this letter could only belong to the killer. So finding your prints on it can only lead us to one grave conclusion. I don't know how they got on there, but I know I'm not the culprit. This can't be happening. Built up our argument piece by piece. I don't think any of our reasoning was faulty. So how could it have led to this? Lighter updated in the court record. God, what have I done? Please forgive me, I'm sorry. Order, order, Detective Fulbright. Stop your crying. What in the world is happening here? Order, order. I will have order. One sec. Fusion spiraled into utter chaos. After all we'd fought for, the truth adjourned cruelly on us to accuse Athena of the crimes. Somewhere, somehow, everything had gone terribly wrong. We had stumbled over the edge of reason and into the jaws of twisted darkness. Damn. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Whoa. Hold up. What the hell? What the hell? Messing around with my Twitch layout. Okay. Episode 5. Turnabout for tomorrow. No one can escape their past. Sins we've committed, sadness we've caused. No matter how far we run, the past remains, as ever present as the moon in the sky. Looms in wait for the day when we are forced to face it. But only in doing so can we truly make peace and move on and hope towards tomorrow. December 20th, 1:23 p.m. Write Anything Agency. They took Athena from the courtroom straight to the station. He's probably being questioned at this very moment. After this past year, I took it for granted those two would always be here. Now Apollo has gone off on his own to seek his own truth. My pursuit of the truth only ended up with Athena becoming the new suspect. Some boss I turned out to be.
It's even quieter in here than usual.
Yeah, seems so empty too.
Just don't get it, Daddy. All of your reasoning during the trial seemed perfectly solid.
Yeah, and I still believe it was. At least based on what we know.
Now Athena is the one who's being accused.
During the trial for the bombing and murder that occurred at the Cosmos Space Center, the lighter used by the real culprit was found. Hi, I'm Peppa Pig. And this is Daddy Pig. And this is Poopy Pig. Alright, I think it's time to call it quits for tonight. I'm tired and it's almost 7 in the morning. So thanks for watching. We got through a whole ass case today. And next week we will start the final case, which probably will be 2 to 3 episodes, knowing the final cases. But look forward to it. I have no idea what's going to happen. These final cases of each game have always been pretty crazy, so um get ready for it. We're 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 in the home stretch. And as for you all, hope you have a wonderful day. We'll be back tonight for a little double feature, No Man's Sky, and also Pokemon collab with Suja. And yeah, that's it for me. Thanks so much, and love ya as always. Ciao. I was trying to wink.